and then we can, I think we're going to start at this point. Okay, so hi everyone, colleagues and friends. It's good to see you all. It is really a big privilege to welcome you all to this very, very special event celebrating the launch of the English editions of Professor Juliusz Domański's works, which, as many of you might know, are now published by Brill in the Philosophy as a Way of Life Text and Studies book series, directed by Professor Michael Chase, Professor Matteo Sharpe, who's here, and Professor Eli Kramer. So today we gather to explore and, in a sense, also honor Professor Domański's contributions to the study of the meta-philosophical paradigm of philosophy as a way of life, which is a field of study that, as probably we all know, was inaugurated during the 70s, more or less, by the works of another important scholar, Pierre Hadot. So Professor Domański's scholarship, in a sense, really continues and further enriches this tradition of thought. And the two works published by Brill, Philosophy, Theory, or Way of Life, and Erasmus of Philosophy, both offer very illuminating insights into the history of that metaphilosophical paradigm, and also the unique contributions to that history of thinkers like Erasmus of Rotterdam. So I'm very pleased to announce that Professor Domański himself is with us today, which is a big honor for every one of us, for all of us. And we're also lucky enough to have Krzysztof Biekawstuk, who will read a statement to all of us prepared by Professor Domański for the occasion. After that, Professor Sharpe will take the floor and share with us some of his considerations on Domański and his body of work. Yeah, so without further delay, if Krzysztof, if you're there, I would leave the floor to you to read the statement. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So yes, it's my privilege to read acknowledgements by Professor Juliusz Domański. Philosophy, Theory or Way of Life, introduced by a preface by Pierre Hadot. These are 4 lectures held at the Collège de France in 1990. Published in French in Fribourg, Switzerland, in the Vestigia collection in 1996, and translated into Polish the same year. The different editions of this text were reviewed in many different languages. Their presence in the English-speaking world began in 2016, thanks to an online review by Professor Matteo Sharpe, which was brought to my attention by Professor Krzysztof Łapiński, and to which I promptly responded. As far as I know, the idea to translate this book into English was first born in Warsaw during the Culture as a Way of Life conference of 2021, which was sponsored by Professor
tłumaczenia książki podczas tej konferencji Kultura i
sponsored by Professor Zofia Rosińska. The project involved several people, including the aforementioned Matteo Sharpe, Andrew Irvine, Matteo Stettler, and Krzysztof Biekawstuk, whose work was coordinated by Dr. Eli Kramer. Indeed, the book is now significantly enriched by a preface by the translators, an editorial note, my note regarding the presence of Pierre Hadot ideas in Poland, and is supplemented at the end by an article from Professor Łapiński about the body of my writings. As a consequence, the book gained an additional 30 pages. Erasmus and Philosophy. This book, first published in Polish 51 years ago and reissued in 2001, was translated into English by Dr. Grzegorz Czemiel, whose work was also coordinated by Dr. Eli Kramer. Assisted by Lucio Prichitello, Krzysztof Jacek Bekieszczuk, and Michael Chase as part of a project of the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Wrocław, led by Professor Iwona Błocian. Now that both these books have been published in English by Brill, I would like to thank my Polish colleagues whose help was indispensable after I lost my sight and thus the ability to supervise the English translation. I therefore thank Professors Mikołaj Szymański, Jacek Suszyński, and Beata Spieralska-Kasprzyk, who took on this role for me and expressed a very favorable opinion on the translations. Finally, I extend my thanks to renowned Dutch publishing house, Brill. To express my gratitude, allow me to quote these words of Blaise Pascal. Certain authors, speaking of their works, say, my book, my commentary, my history, etc. They would do better to say, our book, our commentary, our history, etc. Because there is in them usually more of other people's than their own. And to conclude my thanks, 2 more sentences in my favorite languages, Latin and Greek. Gratias maximas ago omnibus quorum laboribus utrumque librum debemus. Charin megalen ecopasin on ponois duo biblioi hutoimu en Britannico idiomati agnostenai dynantai.
Wonderful. Many thanks, Krzysztof, for reading the statement. Great. So, Matthew, now I assigned you the organizer privileges, so you should be able to share your screen. You're still muted.
My apologies, the Zoom is not functioning. I do have slides, which it would be preferable to have. Let me try one more time. Is this working, Matteo?
Yes, wonderful. We can see them.
Excellent.
Great.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to Matteo and to Eli for organizing this event. It's a humbling honor to be able to be playing even a small role in launching and sharing to English language readers the works of Professor Domański. When I think of my own role in particularly the eventual production of the, I think, quite beautiful little volume, which is now in English Philosophy, Theory or Practice, it goes back some years. I became aware of Professor Domański's French language work, like many others, through Pierre Hadot. Hadot at various points indicates the importance of Domański's work for his own. So I did what one does, and I began to try to seek out Professor Domański's works. However, I was unable to find a copy of the French language edition of the text, at which point I reached out to John Sellars, who is here, in frustration and really more out of frustration than anything else to sort of say, is there a copy of this text? To my surprise, John almost immediately from memory sent a copy of the text to me in a personally scanned photocopy. So at that point, I I read the text with great interest, and then as something of a spiritual exercise of my own, I think, to try to aid and consolidate my own understanding, because I felt that this was a very important work for the history of PWL, philosophy as a way of life. I took some detailed notes, and then I thought, well, I might as well write up a critical review of the text and put it on academia. You know, what could it hurt? No one will read it. It's fine. So it was a second surprise when Professor Domański himself emailed me expressing his gratitude for the essay. And it was around that time that I first conceived of the idea of a translation of the text, which, as we've heard, also was really an idea that was consolidated much later. Things became very busy in different ways for me. I have a young family. There were challenges of different kinds at work. I started to do the translation, and then I had to stop. And anyway, at a certain point, I think through Eli Kramer, I became aware that Andrew Irvine from Maryville, now working in Maryville in USA, had started his own translation. So to avoid duplication, and since I had become aware of Andrew's work, another translation of a very important essay by Hadot, I began to communicate with Andrew. We soon then recruited a third member for the team, Matteo Stettler, who was hosting this event. And then with the aid of Eli Kramer, we were able to finally complete the team, which was a task that needed a dedicated Latinist to translate the really extensive citations from medieval and Renaissance sources in Latin. And this hurdle was finally overcome, I think, in 2022 or 2023, Matteo, when Krzysztof, I forgive my Polish pronunciation, who we've just heard of, very graciously joined the team after a couple of false starts with other translators who became unavailable. And so here we are, launching this text. Now, I'm not going to drill down into philosophy, theory as a way of life, theory or way of life. The arguments of the text, I will leave that task to colleagues. However, I think it is worth perhaps flagging, as it were, as chapter headings, what I think are at least 7 contributions that really excited me as a scholar working on Hadot's work when I finally was able to get a copy of this text. And other scholars can, of course, qualify, add, subtract as they please. So the first thing that I think is a really important contribution, and a unique contribution beside what Hadot presents, is the attention that Professor Domański pays to the metaphilosophical statements in the ancient texts, including formal definitions of philosophy, which of course appear in Hadot's studies, but are given much more focal attention in this text. Secondly, I think Domański introduces a very interesting proposal that beneath the header of philosophy as a way of life in antiquity, we should in fact try to identify competing models of what he calls, and what we've translated as a practicist conception of philosophy, which would bring together discourse with an emphasis on transformed modes of living. So the first is probably that which is most famous and familiar because of Hadot's studies, wherein the goal of philosophy is the cultivation of the way of life of the student, which would reach down to even their most everyday attitudes, desires, and aversions, at the same time as taking aim at the idea of becoming a sophos or a sage. In the second, in some forms of Platonism and Neoplatonism, there is a kind of a second model, which is more vertical, as it were, whereby one undertakes the work of ethismos, to purify oneself through the cultivation of virtues, so as one can attain to some form of higher contemplative awareness. And the third model is Aristotelian, for which there are two possible ways of life which philosophizing can assist to engender. The first, a more intramundane, I guess, way of life, the bios politikos, the first 9 books of the Nicomachean Ethics, if you like, and then of course the culminating work on the bios theoretikos, which we find in book 10. So the third contribution, I think, is that this book makes to PWL is the great importance that Professor Domański places on the atopia of ancient practicist philosophers. I think someone's waiting in the waiting room, so I'll admit them. So obviously Socrates is the principal figure here, and the term atopia is used by Alcibiades to describe, in some frustration, this unusual character who has managed to fascinate this figure who everyone else seems to want to flatter and bow down beneath. Socrates alone does not. Alcibiades, of course, famously, as reported in the symposium, describes him as a Cyllenic and strange figure. So this is very important for Domański. I think it's there in Hadot, but it's given a new emphasis here. Fourthly, Domański adds to Hadot's account of the Christianization of the spiritual exercises from the philosophers a more detailed history of the uses of the term philosophia in the medieval period to describe the ways of life of various Christian monastics. He documents also the variations of the recurrent Christian critique of the ancient pagan philosophers, which all presuppose that philosophy is ideally an ethos and a bios, but typically maintain that without the grace afforded by Christian revelation, even the wisest pagans were unable to harmonize their ethical ideals with their ways of living. So fifthly, Domański provides a great deal more detail, arguably, than Hadot concerning what could be called the demotion of philosophy in at least medieval scholasticism, with the qualifiers that will follow. Philosophy is first of all reduced to a kind of conceptual material embodied in texts and is made into a handmaiden theology. It's then taught within the arts faculties as preparatory to the higher pursuits of the higher faculties, namely medicine, law, or theology. Sixthly, and we're nearly there to end what I'm going to say about this book, and I'll keep aware of time because I actually want to say more about the Erasmus book, which I've just read. So sixthly, of course, Domański identifies these intriguing figures who present exceptions to this larger trajectory, which he also identifies, of the scholasticization of philosophy and its reduction, therefore, to a kind of handmaiden to theology. Figures like Boethius of Dacia, Richard Kilwardby, and several others. Abelard is another, who all push against, qualify the idea that philosophy as a way of life was wholly eclipsed, disappeared in the medieval period. He also identifies in the later medieval period a renewed interest in works which document the lives and ethical comportment of philosophers, leading into Erasmus. Seventh, of course, again, the last chapter is dedicated to a study of the Renaissance, which I think anticipates a growing body of work, including by John Sellars, on the importance of the Renaissance in understanding the history of philosophy, and in particular, the history of philosophy conceived as a way or ways of life. He highlights this incredibly, I think, important text by Petrarch, Of My Own Ignorance and That of Many Others, which proposes a kind of definitive practicist critique of Aristotle's ethics. So Petrarch contends that Aristotle tells us what the virtues are in a theoretical mode, yet he can't offer or doesn't offer any details on how we can actually undertake the work of ethical cultivation to attain them. And his words, Petrarch alleges, do little to inspire and exhort us to an animating love of virtue and abhorrence of vice, in comparison, says Petrarch, to authors like Cicero, Seneca, or Epictetus. So these were, these are, I think, really important contributions, filling the gaps in the history of philosophy as a way of life, and opening new avenues for research and further consideration. In fact, with the last consideration of philosophy, theory, or a way of life, we arrive really at the book's ending, which is, of course, with a section on, quote unquote, Erasmus and philosophy. So that is, of course, the title of the second book that we're here to launch this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever people find themselves in the world. I think Erasmus might like that that idea of a global reception of this work of humanistic scholarship. So, as I say, the last section of the book, the shorter book, presents a kind of condensation. In really, it's 6 pages now in English, most of which are taken up with very, very extensive footnotes on Erasmus's place in Domański's understanding of the history of philosophy as a way of life. So once more, certainly I was left wanting more. And with the new translation published now, as we've heard, as we're here to celebrate, of Erasmus and Philosophy, which was originally published, I believe, in 1974, which would make this the 50th, perhaps the 51st anniversary of the text. So this is why I think the new translation, for those of us who don't have access to Polish language, is so potentially significant in reaching whole new audiences. The text is dedicated to the concept of philosophy developed by Erasmus of Rotterdam, as the subtitle announces. The first 3 parts develops Erasmus's conception of philosophy as a way of life, which is the title of part 1, through impressive philological work, examining firstly Erasmus's own assessments of philosophy, its purposes, notably in correspondence and the prefaces to his Latin translation of the New Testament. And secondly, in the metaphilosophical sayings from the ancient philosophers, which Erasmus collected and commented upon in his Apophthegmata and Adagia. Part 2 then addresses the relationship between the Erasmusian idea or Erasmian idea of Philosophia Christi, with its practicist emphasis on philosophy as something to be lived. It addresses the relationship between this idea of philosophy and a seemingly conflictual, or the seemingly conflictual valorization of boni literae, literally fine letters, led by classical literature and scripture. Part 3 then situates Erasmus's concept of Philosophia Christi in relation first to ancient conceptions of philosophy, and here a direct overlap exists with chapter 1 of Philosophy, Theory, or Way of Life, and the Church Fathers. And here there is a direct overlap with chapters 1 and 2 of Philosophy, Theory, or A Way of Life. So as I've mentioned, and I will remain aware of the time, Matteo, how long do I have to go in your estimation?
We have more or less 2 minutes, but if you need more, I think you can take it.
Okay, I'm not going to get there in 2 minutes, I'm afraid. Can I have 7?
Yeah, sure. Don't worry.
All right. The depth and density of the scholarship of this work by Domański is extremely impressive. As Domański details, Erasmus contributes to the history of Western philosophy a new conception, or a conception of Philosophia Christi, which is remarkably as he says, a synonym for original authentic Christianity. So a new conception of philosophy that is a synonym for original authentic Christianity, according to Erasmus, which has been untainted by human philosophical doctrines and legislation. In particular, this conception of a philosophy of Christ, which looks back to patristic sources, would oppose the distortions of Christianity that Erasmus alleges had been introduced through scholasticism in the universities. So what is this conception of Philosophia Christi? And given the time involved, perhaps I can just do this little part of my talk. I was then going to address how Professor Domański is able to show that there is no contradiction between Erasmus's humanistic love of classical letters and poetry and his recovery of a practicist sense of ancient philosophy. In fact, the literary forms of ancient philosophy, namely the apothegms, maxims, memorable sayings, the portraiture of the deeds of philosophers in the doxographic sources. These, Domański shows, for Erasmus, on the one hand, point to remarkable similarities with forms of biblical literature, and secondly, point to the need to prioritize grammar and rhetoric rather than dialectic in the propedeutic preparatory studies that students should be undertaking if they want to really read either the Bible or ancient philosophy with a view to recovering the practicist and atopic sense of what Erasmus finds most valuable in these sources. So I just wanted, because I find these wonderful apothegms so pleasing, I want to just at least give you a sense of the model of philosophy that were presented through Domański and then through Erasmus and through the apophthegmata and adagia, by just making a selection of the kinds of things that Erasmus picks up upon when he does make his sampling of apothegms concerning philosophy in the texts of 1531 and earlier in 1500. And it really does show that what Erasmus is recovering here, with some qualifiers, which I don't have time to go into, is very much what Hadot had himself, in a humanistic mode, arguably also recovered. So the things that are above us are nothing to us. Of course, the remark attributed to Socrates really points to Erasmus's consistent skepticism about the contribution of metaphysical and physical inquiries to philosophy in the manner that he conceives it. True philosophy, as for the Stoics, would be a theory of that which should be avoided and of what seeks or what merits seeking. Hence, it would be something brought from heaven down to earth, in a chapter title of Domański, of course, echoing Cicero on Socrates. Philosophy can be condensed in the Greek aphorism of Epictetus in a significant way, anekou kai apekou, bear and forbear, that is, bear adversities, those adversities delivered by fortune, and forbear the immoderate indulgence in the easier, more pleasurable things in life. According to Plato, the essence of philosophy consists in the subjection of passion to reason, writes Erasmus. Such a philosophy following Plato would be fit to educate true leaders, as Domański writes. Its virtue is, quote, that a man can both regulate his own life more regularly and consult properly the interests of his country in times of peace and of war. Next quote, Aristo of Chios used to say that the ingenuities of dialecticians are like spiders' webs because they show a lot of skill, but the least possible usefulness. In the longer version of this talk, I would discuss this statement and that which follows. The subtleties of dialecticians, says Aristo, are like mud on the road, good for nothing except making those who went that way fall. And some more before I close. To read many books is not sufficient to become any wiser, as Diogenes the Cynic replied to Hegesias by urging him to pick real and not painted fruits. In contrast to people whom Folly herself, in praise of Folly, calls philophasters, quote, Erasmus, Seneca and Plutarch deny the title philosopher to those who can do no more than recite the principles of a good life by rote, They bestow it on those who carry out those principles in the conduct of their own lives. Philosophy is to the mind as medicine is to the body, echoing Cicero's Tusculan Disputations and other texts. Philosophy concerns life rather than dispute, and internal transformation rather than reasoning. The true philosopher will act well even when unbound by human laws and the goads of punishments. Aristippus said, even if all the laws were abolished, we would go on living as we do now. I do without being ordered what ordinary people do from fear of the law. And finally, the goal of philosophy is clear for Erasmus from Diogenes the Cynic, who replied to someone who claimed that he was not suited to philosophy. So why do you keep on living? Diogenes said, if you're not interested in living rightly. Now, because of time and grossly overestimating my ability to read 4,000 words, I'm going to finish off there. I just want to say that one of the openings that I think the idea of philosophy as a way of life has potentially created for those scholars who are interested, and perhaps for the discipline of philosophy, is to reconsider figures and periods of philosophy that have been in the contemporary forms of scholasticism largely overlooked. These would include preeminently, I believe, the Renaissance. And it is remarkable that Erasmus of Rotterdam was, of course, such an enormous figure in his own time and period. And now reading into him, and then being much more familiar with someone like Francis Bacon, I'm seeing all of these influences that are clearly there. But Erasmus has sort of dropped out of the canon. And I think that Hadot's work allows us to reopen the canon to these kinds of figures. And in doing that, I think from here on, in English as well as the Polish language now, I think Professor Domański's book is going to be the anteroom, you know, the necessary portal through which we ought to pass in reviving a sense of Erasmus as a philosopher. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Domański. Thank you, Matteo, Stettler. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sharpe. This was actually very, very good. I can already confirm it was super fun because the other day I participated in a seminar of some medievalists, some historians of medieval philosophy in Italy, and they're already using the English edition of Philosophy, Theory, Way of Life, which was good to notice. So I think without further ado, we can start with the first presenter of the day, Professor Michael Champion. Michael Champion is Professor of Late Antique and Early Christian Studies at the Institute of Religion and Critical Inquiry at the Australian Catholic University. He's the author of Explaining the Cosmos, Creation, and Cultural Interaction in Late Antique Gaza, and also Dorotheus of Gaza and Late Antique Education. He's also co-author of The Intellectual World of Late Antique Christianity, Reshaping Classical Traditions, published by Cambridge. So today, Professor Champion will present a paper by the title Philosophy as a Way of Life and the Complete Philosopher in Late Antiquity. So whenever you're ready, Professor Champion, I will assign you.
So I just have my voice today.
That's
so
all right.
It's just me.
Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So it's a really great pleasure to be part of launching this important translation, which I hope and expect will result in a wider audience for Professor Domański's significant work and help to stimulate new research on philosophy as a way of life. How thinking about changes in how philosophy from Greece to early modernity in Europe have been conceptualized, and how traditions of Christian thought and non-Christian philosophy have mutually shaped each other up to Erasmus. Many thanks to the organizers, Matteo and Eli, for putting this event together, and to Matt Sharpe for asking me to speak today. My congratulations to the translators for their clear rendering and helpful commentary. And just say now, I'm sorry, I'm not able to attend the whole of this seminar, but it's lovely to see people gathered around these two weighty tomes. So my contribution today focuses on a small but I think very significant part of the whole, on the account of ancient philosophy and its encounter with Christianity up to the end of late antiquity. As Professor Domański notes, if his main topic is philosophy in the Renaissance in the Collège de France lectures, the project cannot be achieved without an account of how philosophy came to understand itself in antiquity. On this account, philosophy came to understand itself in a distinctive way in Greece and Rome, and the later history of philosophy is a story of moving back and forth away from and then reigniting this classical conception. But I start things off today by giving an account of the argument about the self-understanding of philosophy in antiquity, where we're told philosophy came to a full awareness, philosophers came to a full awareness of what philosophy really is. I'll trace the main claims of the argument, and that'll take up maybe 2/3 of my time. But here it is in brief. I take it that the argument is that from the Hellenistic period into later Platonism, despite some instability when different schools are compared, and it's important to take account of that instability, philosophy's most characteristic quality is a realized ethic, a way of life that the ideal philosopher must practice. With the advent of Christianity, Domański argues, there are changes. The sort of life to be practiced becomes not strictly philosophical because it's based on a religious rather than a philosophical realized ethic, separating the theoretical philosophy from its praxis. There are also changes to the curriculum associated with this shift that accelerate it. Philosophy becomes preparatory for Christianity and a Christian way of life, and so the notion that philosophy itself is a way of life is at least radically attenuated. There are very many interesting components of this narrative, and I'll spend some time going through them. I hope it's clear that this is a study that will continue to stimulate, challenge, and prompt new lines of thought. Having set this out and posed some questions along the way, I then want to introduce a slightly different narrative taken from Jaap Mansveld's recent and long-standing work on the Placeita doxographic tradition. In that work, in a related chapter titled The Complete Philosopher, Mansveld provides what I take to be a magisterial account of how notions of philosophy as speculative or contemplative and as practical and politico-social developed from Plato through to later Neoplatonism. This account has several implications for how we think about the place of philosophy in the late antique curriculum and the specific contours of philosophy as a way of life. So I thought it would be interesting to bring these two strands together today as a way of picking up on Professor Domański's thought. I think it gives us resources, for example, to rethink just what the Hellenistic schools are doing with respect to theoretical philosophy by prioritizing ethics. In tracing a strong thread from Plato to the Neoplatonists that unites practical and theoretical philosophy, we might also be able to contextualize the strands of Platonism that don't quite fit a way of life mold. While the theoretical is always a Platonic priority on this account, such a priority never makes Platonism merely about the theoretical. And there'll also be some, in coming at the topic through Mansveld's account of the complete philosopher, we might also prompt some different readings of definitions of philosophy that are so interestingly and analysed in this work. In that part of my talk, I'll focus particularly on this claim that philosophy means the assimilation to God. That'll be one of the things that I'll focus on. Finally, I found the comments about changes to the curriculum of the liberal arts, a question that Matt Sharpe's already foregrounded today, really significant. They resonate, I think, with contemporary self-understanding of philosophy, at least in the analytic tradition. I want to conclude then with some reflections on this set of questions, again thinking about transmutations of the assimilation to God theme. So this will include a question about whether it is the fact that philosophers, qua philosophers, practice a way of life that's significant, or whether something else is going on to distinguish philosophers from experts in other disciplines in the humanities, ancient and modern. So that'll be the final part of my talk, very short on how we think about philosophy in the contemporary curriculum on the basis of the sort of thought about how the curriculum changed between with the advent of Christianity. So first, the take on ancient philosophy and its relationship to Christianity. The starting point for Professor Domański's argument is Cicero's Tusculan Disputations and a story about Pythagoras. Here we learn about Pythagoras's take on what philosophy is. On Cicero's account, Socrates had to bring philosophy down from the heavens. He placed it in cities, introduced it into families, and examined life and morals, good and evil, Cicero writes. Before Socrates, philosophy was different, and Pythagoras exemplifies the difference. For Pythagoras, the philosopher theorizes about origins and causes, both divine and human. There's contemplation of nature, but not of human relations. Pythagoras's analogy in Cicero makes Domański's point. For Pythagoras, there are those who seek glory, those who seek profit, and then philosophers, as if from another world, look on affairs dispassionately, studying the nature of things without being caught up in the messiness of human society. The philosopher is most free to observe, seeking to acquire nothing for himself. His liberalissimum esset spectare nihil sibi adquirentem. Philosophy is not an art that would require practical skill. It's a discipline of observation and contemplation. In the contrast with Socrates, there's a contrast of subject matter, but not or not entirely a difference of method, we're reminded. With Socrates and the Hellenistic schools, philosophers then continue to contemplate, to examine. It's just that the object of contemplation shifts on Domański's account from physics to ethics. There are other elements of Cicero's account that are not raised in Domański's text that prompt a range of questions relevant to the overall treatment, I think. Pythagoras likens the location of a philosopher to a person coming from another city into a fair. Here the image might resonate with Domański's notion that the philosopher is always without a place of their own, the philosophos atopos, to which we will return. But it also suggests that the philosopher starts off as a citizen and observes the messiness of the fair. There's therefore a sense that there is practical wisdom, not merely theoretical contemplation, involved in not getting caught up in the standard competition and rivalry of cities and marketplaces. That Pythagoras does not seek glory or gain is perhaps evidence that the earliest conceptions of philosophy include the notion that philosophy enables a way of life that's separate from the masses. That, of course, is how Pythagoras is interpreted within Neoplatonism by Iamblichus in his Life of Pythagoras on the Pythagorean way of life. Or again, I find it interesting that while Cicero begins his account by having Pythagoras deny that he practices a craft, an ars, philosophy is not an ars, he concludes it by recording that Pythagoras, quote, adorned that part of Greece called Magna Graecia, both privately and publicly, with the most excellent institutions and arts, the most excellent institutions and crafts. He created a school and a system, Cicero tells us, for educating philosophers. Here again is a glimpse of philosophy more involved in politics and social matters than you might guess on the more schematic account that separates contemplation from praxis. And finally, as the dialogue in Book 5 opens up, the Tusculan Disputations, the first thing we hear about is how philosophy is different from other arts because it continually examines the axioms from which its arguments begin. That's what makes it an art of art and a science of sciences, as the late Neoplatonists will argue. That is, praxis is crucial, and understanding the principles that generate the praxis are simultaneously required. I highlight these points to destabilize a strong separation of the practical from the theoretical in much ancient metaphilosophical reflection. And one of the really important moves in this book is to resist such a separation, but just exactly how we relate the two still remains a generative and important set of questions. Pythagoras is painted more messily. His philosophy is not merely a disinterested theoretical contemplative, and nor is a focus on ethics possible on the Hellenistic account without knowledge of causes. One important feature of Professor Domański's lectures are to note the tensions or different streams that run through different philosophical schools. But there's also a desire to systemize, to find the full awareness of what philosophy is. To the extent that that's possible, I want to suggest that it's not so much realized ethics that unites as a consistent attempt to unite the practical and theoretical, an attempt that runs through both the schools that focus on ethics and the will and those that have a more intellectualist orientation. So let's have a think. To keep thinking about that, I turn to the next part of this first chapter, where we get a wonderful survey analysis of different definitions of philosophy, the Platonic definitions, and then the ones in the Neoplatonic prolegomena to philosophy from the commentaries on the Isagoge. So the first thing that we get in Domański's account is that the theoretical is emphasized. Philosophy, understood as an absolute science, is the realm of knowledge, not opinion. It is, as the definition has it, the knowledge of things that are acquire things that are. This sounds like the definition of theoretical rather than practical knowledge, as of course it is. It seeks the origin of what is, removed from the world of opinion. But as Domański sets out in an illuminating fashion, the picture is quickly made more complex. We're told that philosophers display and require an orexis or episteme. And this desire, this orexis properly directed, helps to form a habit for seeking the truth. Well, there's a remarkable set of conjunctions of concepts, desire and knowledge and habit, all together. This is a theoretical or intellectual habit, a capacity that makes the philosopher habitually seek both the truth and what grounds it. But it's a habit built from desire nonetheless, sitting a bit oddly with wholly intellectual or rational activity. And most significantly, Domański draws attention to the definition of philosophy then as caring for the soul, thinking of philosophy as therapeutics. This therapeutic element of philosophy is, of course, bound up with reason, but reason does not merely look after the nous. That is, for all the strongly theoretical elements of the Platonic definition, philosophy is also taken to include properly directed desire, the formation of rational habits, and care for the ordering of the soul. The definition seems to promote a strongly theoretical understanding of philosophy, tied also to significant elements of this realized ethic. Questions of priority then arise, and they're going to come through the rest of my talk. Is the theoretical the foundation for the ethical? One might reasonably think so, on the basis that what sets the philosopher apart in comparison to the vulgarly good person is the philosopher's capacity to examine and explain their good actions. Or you might think that the ethical grounds the theoretical, because you cannot hope to gain certain knowledge if you do not have a properly ordered mind or soul, ordered through philosophy understood as therapy. The goal might be knowledge, having first ordered one's soul in order to be able to attain it, or ethical perception, having first developed the knowledge capable of defining and indicating goodness. But does the ideal philosopher have to choose? More precisely, is the dominant view of ancient philosophical schools that a philosopher must choose to prioritize practice or theory over one or the other? Or is the dominant view that such an exercise of prioritization doesn't make sense? Some interpreters of Plato have gone one way, towards reason and contemplation. Some interpreters, especially of Hellenistic schools, have gone the other, prioritizing ethics and praxis. But even those who promote the theoretical, like, say, Aristotle did, have ways of making the ethical and practical also essential. Again, we return to the thought that philosophy, as understood in antiquity, resists the separation of theory and praxis. Domański then turns to the standard 6 definitions of philosophy that are found from very early sources through to the end of late antiquity. His analysis of these is interesting and perhaps a little controversial, so I want to spend a little time over this discussion. You'll recall that the 6 definitions of philosophy are, first, knowledge of things that are, qua things that are. Then there's that philosophy is knowledge of divine and human things. Then philosophy is the practice of death, the meditation on death, meditation about death. The 4th definition, that philosophy is likeness to God in as much as that is possible for humans. The 5th, that philosophy is the art of arts and the science of sciences. And the 6th, that it's love of wisdom, which by the time of the Prolegomena becomes merely an etymological definition that we don't make much more of it from that. So it's the first 5 that seem to matter and get a good deal more attention in the commentaries. We take the first 2, knowledge of things that are, qua things that are, and knowledge of divine and human things. These are taken to refer to the object of philosophy, existence with a T, divine and human. Since they're about knowledge, they define philosophy a la Cicero's Pythagoras as theoretical. The next 2 definitions, the practice of death and assimilation to God, are taken as defining the goal of philosophy rather than its object, and as making philosophy into a practical activity. Though it's also noted that there are sort of mixed elements, theoretical and practical, in definitions 3, 4, and 5, the practice of death, assimilation to God, and of course arts of arts and sciences, the science of sciences. The accent, if I'm interpreting correctly though, is on practice of death and assimilation to God as defining philosophy as a practical enterprise directed towards distinctive goals. Philosophy exceeds the theoretical sphere, and its practical nature defines its goals. The goal is realized ethics. What's the content of this realized ethic? Well, practice of death or meditation about death and assimilation to God are read as otherworldly activities. Meditation about death aims towards eliminating the desires and needs of the body. Assimilation to God means a flight from the world. Both of these things are not merely philosophy as observation or examination. There's both a moral and intellectual character. This is altogether different from the notion that philosophy can be merely about being a disinterested spectator. I'll return to this analysis when I introduce Jaap Mansveld's notion of the complete philosopher, but here I want to emphasize how important this sort of claim by Domański is. Philosophy as standing back from affairs is very different from active flight from the world. We might have misinterpreted the point of the anecdote about Pythagoras we started with if we read it as a certain sort of Platonist might have. On Domański's account, what's different is not the philosopher's separation from the world, but the mode of separation. The philosopher could, like Pythagoras, like Cicero's Pythagoras, be separated because of a disinterested objectivity, sort of a fictional modernist scientist anachronistically attributed to the pre-Socratics. Or as here, in thinking about what flight for the world might mean for a realized ethics, philosophers are similarly different from their fellow citizens, but not because of disinterested objectivity. Philosophers who meditate on death or seek to flee from the world have an active ethical life that makes them act ethically in ways that make them seem weird to those around them. And this stance towards the world is definitive of philosophy itself, not something that the philosopher can merely put on or off. This stance is essential for the definition of philosophy. This is realized ethics and the art of living that Domański so clearly identifies. As he puts it, quote, "The life of the philosopher, their comportment, their personality thus constitute the fulfillment of the complete and integral notion of philosophy." We'll return to the complete philosopher in a moment. The ancients had much to say on this, much of which aligns with Domański's account, and some of which may point in interestingly different directions. But here I want to think about the different forms of life that you could have. You could have a form of life that was disinterested and objective. You could have a form of life that really prompted you to make some significant ethical other sorts of significant ethical stances in the world. But I think this is one of the really important insights of a whole philosophy of way of life movement, but this work in particular. But a few more significant moments in Domański's argument to survey. It's such a rich chapter. I can't go through everything, but a few more things. First, there are some strong claims about the priority of realized ethics over philosophy as theoretical. We have to tread carefully here. I've just pointed to a distinction Domański makes between disinterested philosophy and realized ethics. That's not quite a distinction between philosophy as theoretical and philosophy as practical. But sometimes I wondered if there was some slippage. For example, at one point, we hear that, quote, "In playing the role of a starting point, the science of true being is the lowest level of this system, while realized ethics, by contrast, is the highest." The theoretical knowledge of the first two definitions of philosophy are taken as defining the lower levels of philosophy, while the practical definitions that come next are taken to refer to realized ethics. Since definitions 3 and 4, the practice of death and assimilation to God, are practical, the philosopher orients himself to the practical. But this is a claim about Platonic texts makes it a little startling, I thought. And when we turn to the notes that support the claim, the support is from Hellenistic philosophy, where ethics does play an outsized role. Though even here, of course, you can't do ethics without physics. The mutual interpenetration of physics, ethics, and logic, as Hadot has it in his book on spiritual exercises, seems closer, even for the Hellenistic schools. I've always wondered, just in parentheses, though, about Hadot's notion that physics and logic are concrete spiritual exercises, as he puts it. Certainly they engage our will and freedom. I get the point, but they also demand thoroughly exhausting reasoning, at least in my experience, which the best ethical living is not sufficient to prepare the philosopher for. So what makes the Stoic distinctive may be logical stamina rather than ethical or spiritual perfection. Or more precisely, my guess is that one couldn't choose to make a hierarchy in quite this way. But so that's a side point. In seeking a hierarchy, Domański can, of course, find Platonic texts that prioritize the practical, attaining and practicing the virtues, as in parts of the Republic or the laws on justice and political involvement, and also find a strong focus on contemplation and the theoretical. Late Platonists prioritize theoretical knowledge, as in the quote he gives from Heracles, quote, "It is necessary first to become a human being, and only afterwards to wish to become God." Here we've got the ethical is lower than and precedes the contemplative on this account. So the assimilation to God is figured here as a contemplative, theoretical goal rather than as a practical one. Of course, this partly draws on Aristotle's prioritization of contemplation, the reflective apolitical stance of the philosopher over action, the realm of politics. But I think what did I say? Sorry, I've just lost my point. What should we make of the claim that, quote, "ethical improvement was everywhere recognized, save perhaps in Neoplatonism, as a fulfillment and surpassing of theoretical research"? Ethics may well have been the principal domain of Hellenistic philosophy, but it's not clear that it surpassed all else or meant that the practical trumps the theoretical, I think. So I want to insist that there's a dominant tradition that does not prioritize things in quite this way, but continues to insist on the importance of ethical, political, and social practical wisdom as a continuing defining feature of the complete philosopher, who aims both towards the true and the good, a goal which is a unity and so does not admit of hierarchical placement of ethics above theoretical understanding. The final feature of Domański's account of ancient philosophy I want to consider is the notion of the philosopher as atopos. We've already seen two modes in which the philosopher can be without a place, as a disinterested observer or as someone actively seeking to flee from the sorts of things to which others cleave. There are clearly ways in which the philosopher also cultivates virtues that, quote, do not have a solely intellectual character. Of course, there were schools that existed on the solely intellectual character of virtue, but the effect of Aristotle and later Platonism makes this a minority view. It seems that the practice of virtue is an important element of it. So we should expect to find philosophers, as Domański writes, cultivating virtues, quote, which do not have a solely intellectual character, but are instead a, quote, special way of life. He's special, we sometimes nastily say in English. And that's certainly how philosophers from Thales onwards were viewed in Greece. Domański parses this specialness as the notion that the philosopher is always atopos. Socrates is ataportatos in the Theaetetus. And the claim is that the fact that philosophers don't fit in is an essential part of the ancient definition of philosophy. I find this extremely interesting. Aristotle has the philosophers as necessarily different from the political animals that were supposed to be the norm in the polis. The cynics take it a step or two too far. Flight from the world, for all the truth of Domenico Mura's account of Platonopolis, remains a generative metaphor for Platonic life, not merely lifeless doctrine. I'll return to this in some concluding thoughts about the role of philosophy among the contemporary humanities academy. Here I want also to note that the philosopher as atopos is agnostic, advertises the theoretical or the practical. Thales' intellectualism finds him at the bottom of a hole. Socrates' ethics and politics has him executed. The way of life apart from the crowd is compatible with a strong intellectualism and also with a disinterested stance to what is observed. The main lines then of Domański's full awareness of what philosophy is should now be clear. Philosophy is a way of life, a realized ethics that has its practitioners in general prioritizing the practical and ethical over the theoretical. The definitions of philosophy point in that direction, and the goal of philosophy is a practical one, meditation about death and assimilation to God. You can't be a philosopher if you don't put your theoretical knowledge into ethical action. So finally, in my account of this opening chapter of the book, to the role that Christianity plays in undermining this ancient consensus. Some Christians thought philosophy was pointless, but most smart ones engage with philosophy on the basis that God does reveal truths about divine and human things to humans, that moral precepts follow from these truths, and that Jesus, the saints, and biblical characters all exemplify these moral precepts. On this account, the emphasis is again on ethics. Christians can engage with philosophy on the basis of the ethical. I think there's also much to say about logic and physics, including the Aristotelian claim picked up, for example, by Clement of Alexandria, that to argue about the worth of philosophy is to philosophize. There were Christians from the beginning who knew that they could not do without philosophy, certainly for apologetic purposes, as Domański argues, but also for any constructive purposes within theology. The key assault on the ancient notion of philosophy by Christians, on Domański's account, is in separating the theoretical from the ethical, by claiming that philosophers were either morally dubious or, despite attaining moral and epistemic truths at least partially, did not properly enact them. But then, of course, this is such a complex and interesting book. Domański is immediately aware of the problems of that sort of analysis. Justin in the 2nd century makes philosophers into saints avant la lettre. conforming to the Logos despite not having access to Christ. Clement thinks that philosophy makes Greeks good. Basil exhorts young Christians to read philosophers, in fact, any sort of Greek literature, to become good themselves. But it's clear that there are strong Christian rejections of the moral worth of ancient philosophy and ancient philosophers. Often, these are attacks that seek to establish Christianity as the new philosophy. The attack is not so much on the structure of the account of philosophy that Domański presents, as on whether the Greek philosophers are the ones who can properly claim a realized ethic based on true knowledge. Christians have theoretical knowledge and they have practical knowledge. And the claim is both that the Christian philosopher's knowledge is more properly knowledge and that the Christian philosopher's ethic is more properly realized. So I think we need to say something like, we need to acknowledge that Christian thinkers certainly questioned the ethical ideals of earlier philosophers, just as they questioned many of the claims to knowledge of earlier philosophers. But many continued to think that the practice of ethical ideals on the basis of true knowledge remained essential for genuine philosophers. So there's not so much here, I think, a rejection of philosophy of way of life as a transposition of where philosophy really sits. It's not clear to me, at least up to the end of late antiquity, that Christians thought that philosophy's theoretical component was most valuable. I think many continued to think that philosophers had to unite the theoretical and the practical, but claimed that Christian truth claims and Christian ethical, social, political life were more valuable. More convincing to me is the claim that a set of educational shifts helped to unmoor philosophy from realized ethics. Here the claim is that the liberal arts had been a preparation for philosophy. Now philosophy was added to or became part of the liberal arts, which together were seen as preparatory for Christian theology. In this shift, Domański suggests, philosophy, like the other liberal arts, were understood as chiefly forming the intellect. So philosophy loses its practical component, the notion that realized ethics is crucial for it, and instead becomes solely theoretical. It's clear that philosophy did become a preparation for theology, rather than sitting at the pinnacle of the educational system. Though Matt's right to point out, the really important claims that there are medieval thinkers in the West who return to this notion of philosophy as way of life. And I'd add in the East, when you get a figure like Michael Sellars in Byzantium, you get a return to this notion of philosophy as a way of life that has its own autonomy. But in general, I think this shift in where philosophy sits in the curriculum plausibly contributed to a stripping away of philosophy's ethical claims and way of life claims, which were now taken over into the ethical and spiritual systems of Christianity. As philosophy becomes merely one of the liberal arts, the move from practice to theoretica can be perfected by theology rather than by philosophy itself. Perhaps, but one thing that I'm thinking about a bit more is what's the notion of the complete other form of intellectual expert? What makes a really good expert in other disciplines? For the other liberal arts, as I'll return to in a minute, also claimed to join theoretical and practical knowledge and made some strong ethical claims for their area of expertise. That is, I'm not sure that the ancient curriculum could imagine learning without learning becoming a way of life. That tradition remained in play up to the 7th century and beyond, in the East at least. I wonder then whether the new place of philosophy in the curriculum, together with the rise of Christianity, merely relativized its ethical claims or gave them new content, rather than doing away with the notion that to be a philosopher meant practicing a particular way of life. So I now want to step back much more briefly from Domański's text to think a bit more about two final things. First, the notion of the complete philosopher as it relates to philosophy as a way of life, and secondly, the place of philosophy in the contemporary curriculum. So, to the complete philosopher, as presented, as I said, by Jaap Mansveld. I want, with Mansveld, to focus on the fourth definition of philosophy, that of assimilation to God, though I'll also look at the notion of that philosophy is meditation on death. The definition of philosophy as assimilation to God as far as possible for a human is a mixture, of course, of generative Platonic passages from the Theaetetus, but also passages from the Republic, the for a human bit. This immediately suggests that different Platonic emphases are in view. For there was a debate, as Domański's analysis implies. Later Platonists had to come up with an account of the telos of philosophy precisely because there were competing views about it. Some make the telos of philosophy into action rather than knowledge. That's Themistius being controversial. Others make it goodness rather than the knowledge of existence. So by the time we come to later Neoplatonism, I think there's an established consensus, but it's a consensus that comes out of competition. Particularly, assimilation to God is not taken as pointing to a practical telos, but very clearly as a mixed practical and theoretical goal. Ammonius is representative and pithier than others. Let me quote Mansveld's translation. Ammonius says, there is also a definition of philosophy based on the telos, which runs, philosophy consists in the assimilation unto God in as far as possible for a human being. Thus, Plato's definition. For God has two kinds of activities, Ammonius says. Some cognitive, according to which he knows all things, as the poets indicate, saying God knows all things, a bit from the Odyssey. Others providential with regard to lesser beings, according to which he provides for the whole cosmos, as the poets say, God's giver of goods, again from the Odyssey. The philosopher desires to make himself equal to God in both these respects, for he desires to contemplate all things, for he inquires into all things, and he actually exercises a kind of providence over weaker beings too, for the philosopher is a judge and a legislator. So that philosophy is assimilation unto God, and rightly so. That is, a philosopher is like God through cognition and knowing, contemplation, theoretical knowledge, and through providence, ethical, social, and legal or practical knowledge. Here too we see competition with the notion of the complete orator, who is both to know how to practice oratory in delivering forensic and deliberative speeches, and the principles of law and politics. That's in accounts of what it is to be a complete orator. This is what I'm suggesting. You can't be educated in this period without being educated into a way of life that's both theoretical and practical. The claim for philosophy here is part of an age-old competition, then, I think, with sophists, made newly relevant in Ammonius's age by the rise of legal expertise and consequent competition between rhetors, philosophers, and lawyers. All have distinctive ways of life that they define and perform to outdo each other in potentially lucrative domains of expertise. But we've got this notion of the assimilation to God as a mixed, both theoretical and practical goal of philosophy. Then Ammonius reiterates this dual nature of philosophy as theoretical and practical by contrasting the definition of philosophy as knowledge of things that are qua things that are, the cognitive part, with philosophy as meditation about death, a practical component, where each part is unified in the claim about assimilation to God, which must, Ammonius tells us, be understood from both sides. In case there's any doubt about the necessity of both, Ammonius concludes, quote, philosophy is divided into the theoretical part and the practical. Our soul has two kinds of activities, some cognitive, others vital. The philosopher desires to put all the parts of his soul into good order and guide them towards completion. The cognitive faculty in us is made complete by the theoretical part and the vital faculty by the practical part. There is less a sense of hierarchy of either the theoretical or practical over the other as an emphasis on philosophy as integrative. It is supremely integrative as arts of arts and science of sciences, where other disciplines have a more limited domain. Cicero in the Tusculan refutation passage also makes this claim. That is, I think, that sort of supreme integrative function of philosophy is perhaps what's lost when philosophy is dethroned by theology, rather than a sense that, that philosophy can do without praxis. One can certainly see that as Christianity provides the means for assimilation to God, the notion that philosophy can do this on its own will go out the window. But we can conclude with Mansfeld that it is, quote, assimilation unto God that enables and perhaps even constrains the philosopher to join theory and praxis together. There's much more to be said about this, and Mansfeld says it in his article and in the Haitiana volumes. One thing I want to highlight is that this connection of theory and practice for the complete philosopher is remarkably consistent from Plato onwards. Passages from the Timaeus and the Laws are picked up by later thinkers to emphasize the importance of joining theoretical to practical knowledge in complete philosophers. The Placidia passage has it, building on a much earlier tradition. Even the Theaetetus passage about assimilation to God, likeness to God, may seem to highlight theoretical otherworldliness through flight from the world. But likeness to God in that passage also seeks, through practical wisdom, justice, and holiness, dikaion, kaihosion, metaphronesios. This must include all manner of social obligations and ritual practices in holiness, while justice is decidedly political in the city-state, of course, but phronesis suggests practical, not merely theoretical wisdom or understanding. Middle Platonism, Alcinous promotes the theoretical way of life, preserving something of the philosophus as atopos, but also has this dual view of what philosophy is. Plutarch, Apuleius, Albanus all have versions of the philosophy, of the notion that philosophy has a dual emphasis. The notion of the complete philosopher, I want to emphasize, does imply a way of life, but it also places the philosopher in relationship with other complete experts. As early as Aristotle, there was the notion that a complete thief, like a complete doctor or a complete orator or a complete flute player, the examples are all Aristotle's, should have a particular way of life that united the practical and theoretical, just specific for that expert's domain. That is, the notion that a domain of expertise could be defined merely by its theoretical character or the informational content that it transmitted to its practitioners would, I think, have been quite a strange one across multiple domains of expertise. To think of philosophy as a way of life is strange, perhaps, for moderns, because we have largely lost the notion that education into any discipline constructs ways of life, that it transforms rather than merely informs. That means that in thinking through philosophy as a way of life in antiquity, we need to think very carefully about the notions of philosophy operating to construct this form of life, rather than that form of life. But it also opens up tantalizing questions about the contemporary humanities. And I'd like to spend a couple of minutes by way of conclusion thinking about the role of philosophy in the contemporary humanities in our curriculum. If it would have been strange for any expert in antiquity, well into late antiquity, to think that their discipline did not come with particular demands on how they should act and how they should integrate theory and praxis, I think it's become increasingly difficult to make that claim, even for the humanities in general, in contemporary education. The problem is perhaps most concentrated for philosophy, given the sort of history that Professor Domański traces so illuminatingly in this work. So I wanted to draw on some thinking that I did some years ago with Graham Miles, Dirk Baltzley, and Peter Adamson to try and sketch how the notion of philosophy as assimilation to God has functioned down the ages. A very schematic sketch is all I want to offer here. From Plato onwards, the goal of philosophy was taken to be a transformation of the cognitive and the vital, the theoretical and the practical, that enabled the practitioner to transcend human limitation. You might call this the atopos philosophos. This sort of transformative education could be practiced without any particular spiritual commitments, But of course, later Neoplatonism introduced a range of spiritual practices that aimed at union with God. And philosophers in Jewish, Christian, and indeed Islamic communities purged this notion of transformative philosophy from the taint of paganism, but kept the notion of philosophy as transformative. In late antiquity, the social importance of the pagan and Christian holy man confirmed the importance of this sort of transformation. And the social function of religion in the societies that Christian, Jewish, and Islamic philosophers, to speak only of the quote-unquote West, philosophied, meant that philosophy's social usefulness, rather than merely its private benefits, were not brought into question. Skip forward to the 17th or 18th century, philosophers removed philosophy from religious institutions again and come more and more into dialogue with the emerging discourses of empiricism and modern science. And the notion of philosophy as enabling transformation came under pressure again. Kant's ideal of enlightenment may be parsed as a modern version of likeness to God as the goal of philosophy, I suppose, but philosophy itself has been unmoored from any notion of God, so the notion of assimilation to God can only be parsed as a peculiar form of madness. The pathos, though, is that the history hasn't left us. Our students and the general public still attach some sort of magical importance to philosophy and, by extension, to other liberal arts disciplines, as disciplines that should transform, that should unite the theoretical and the practical, that should lead to particular ways of life. But we have few ways of articulating this, I fear. And often we've moved much farther from this vision of other disciplines in particular forms of specialization. Take the move to computer science in analytic philosophy, for example. It's certainly not clear, as Dick Baltzley pithily put it, that philosophers, quote, predominantly public servants working at state universities, should have a call upon public expenditure in order to experience a transformation or help bring it about in others. Rethinking philosophy in a secular key as necessarily about the unification of the practical and the theoretical, the intellectual and the providential, whatever that would be in a world that denies the gods, seems to me worth doing. Making sense of philosophy as a way of life today remains important. And understanding the long history of how philosophy has understood itself, been placed in the curriculum, related to religious traditions, and placed ethical claims on its practitioners is essential for that task. It's great then to have this new translation of Professor Domański's scholarly, insightful, and creative narrative of the nature of philosophy as one further resource in English for rebuilding the contemporary humanities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor Champion, for this very interesting presentation. So I would say that at this point, we have quite some time on our hands, so we could open the Q&A session. So if you have any questions from the public for Professor Champion, please either raise your hand with the dedicated Zoom function, or you can write your question in the chat as you want.
It might be that the translators have other things to say about that first chapter that I didn't get to speak about.
Or if you would like, I mean, we do have some time, so if you would like to add something, yeah, sure.
No, I see that would be a way of building out the discussion a bit. If we
right,
it doesn't just have to be questions about what I've just said. It might be some other things that could augment it. Yeah.
Let's wait a moment. Otherwise, I do have a question of my own. Let's see. Let's privilege people from the audience at first. Okay, thank you. I'll start myself, and then let's see if other people join. So I thought this idea of the complete philosopher developed by Mansfeld attracted my interest, and really my question is a question for clarification and perhaps to receive some more information about it. So I would like to ask, how do you conceive the relationship with this ideal, right, of the complete philosopher, this idea of the joining of the theoretical and the practical, if I understood correctly, in the assimilation to God? How does all of that relate to the framework that Domański develops? So how do you see Mansfield's idea of the complete philosopher as somehow filling some of possible gaps in the framework developed by Domański? What are generally the similarities, differences?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of similarity in a lot of ways that they could mutually interact. I think the striking continuity of this notion that the complete expert unites the practical with the theoretical suggests that we're likely to be misinterpreting philosophical schools if we put the emphasis on one or the other, or make one merely aprophygetic to another. So to the extent that we find ways of life that seem to be more practical than theoretical, or reduce the ethical, write the ethical out once you've achieved the intellectual or the theoretical, that's likely to be a mistake, because the different philosophical schools seem to have held to this notion of the complete philosopher. It's not to say that there aren't different voices in the tradition. Of course there are. It's not to say that everyone equally does it in this way, but I think uniting the theoretical and the practical does seem to be part of this notion of what complete expertise actually in any field means. And that's why I raise this notion of the complete thief, or the complete orator. The complete oratory I can do in more detail. There is someone who is supposed to be seriously expert in the different genres of speaking. That is, they can address an audience, they can move their emotions, they can do all of those things practically, perform that practical knowledge. But they're not a complete orator unless they know the principles of the law and the principles of politics. They can't it doesn't matter how well they move the audience in their deliberative or forensic speeches unless they can also show that they have theoretical knowledge in their domain of practice. And so their theoretical knowledge is not enough without the practical, but their practical is not enough without their theory, and that's going to shape who they are in the world. They're not going to be merely people who move their audiences, I don't know, like an Alcibiades perhaps could have, someone who, or a Cleon could have, someone who is immoral in particular ways and also ignorant in particular ways, but highly effective at particular forms of speech. That's not what an orator is supposed to be. So we're forced then to think about all expertises as ways of life, and then think more carefully about just what it is about this particular group of philosophers that gives them the sort of way of life that this group of philosophers is supposed to have. And also to think, so then it wouldn't, if I guess Christians think that this is true of all forms of expertise, it would be odd to think that a Christian would come along and say, I can take the theoretical bit from philosophy, but and still be a philosopher. If I want to be a philosopher, I've got to do both sorts of things. But then I think what happens is that you insert some different content into philosophy, such that you can also be a Christian philosopher. Does that make sense? So there'd be some modifications of the general scheme that we have in this book, but the two ideas would go together in some interesting ways.
Okay, super interesting. So, and just a quick follow-up. So that would not be, the idea of the complete philosopher would not be prerogative of the Platonic tradition, or that it transcends the boundaries of the Platonic tradition, you would say?
I
Or it
suspect
stays within them?
I think it's really clear in the Platonic tradition. The Platonic
Right.
tradition is what I know best. Perhaps I might be overstating things a little, but I think in the Pliquita, that's not merely the talk is about the complete unair, the complete man. That will have all sorts of things that look like what the complete philosophist does in the Prolegomena. Cicero seems to have it. He's not merely a Platonist. Aristotle certainly has it. Platonists think he's a Platonist, but other people don't. And you find similar sorts of things in people also influenced by the Stoics. So I think if there's there does, as I said, there does seem to be a debate that the Middle Platonists, at least onwards, are responding to out of the ethical focus in some of the Hellenistic schools, where they have to come up with more clarity about what they think the telos of philosophy is. But I think there's a remarkable stability.
Very, very interesting. Many thanks for your exhaustive answer here. So I would say let's wait and see if there are any questions. If not, we can probably take a little break and resume at 10 with Professor Dragos Calma's presentation. Let's wait a second if we have other questions from the public.
I'll ask something, Eli. Matteo.
Yeah, I'm sorry
It's
about
very
that.
strange.
It's
I've
just...
known you for many years, and you're not Eli. But anyway, that's how you appear. Appearance versus reality. Michael, I'm just wondering, in this view of the complete philosopher, I mean, often, and perhaps it's just the tradition is misread, but certainly, one reading, particularly of someone like Plotinus, would be, of course, that the cultivation of the virtues concerning the body are purificatory, and they allow for a transcendence towards a contemplative telos. And so it does appear as though we have a kind of preparatory, purificatory, and hierarchical relationship, where this model from Ammonius, whose work I don't know, seems to be much more, I won't use the term egalitarian because it's artificially political, but you know what I mean? It seems to be less hierarchical. And so, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is this notion of the complete philosopher particular to some figures within the Neoplatonic tradition and not others? And would Plotinus, for example, be someone who we might want to say, no, he doesn't belong to this idea because he has this particular vision of philosophy which involves, assimilation to God, indeed, union with the One. And this seems to really point in to a different model of philosophy and its telos than what Ammonius is pointing towards.
Yeah, I think there is a difference between Plotinus and the later Neoplatonists. I mean, clearly there are several differences. I don't know how far I want to push back. So I think I'm persuaded by Dominic Amira's work that Neoplatonists do care about politics. And it's not merely that politics and the political virtues, the social, political, ethical sorts of virtues at the lower level of the hierarchy are to be eliminated or erased once you move further up the hierarchy. But clearly there are passages in Plotinus that are really heavily intellectualist. Union with the One does seem to be union of nous. There's yeah. So So there's some pressure there, I think, on this notion that you've got to always keep the practical and the theoretical together. I think that's true. Yeah, so as I said, there are different emphases through this point. Sometimes you do it by a bit more of a hierarchical view of the virtues. But even in many thinkers, even when there is a hierarchy of the virtues that move through ethical, cathartic, up to intellectual sorts of virtues, even there, it's not as though you merely leave behind the lower parts of the hierarchy. It's just that you're able to do more. So the completeness then remains in the practical and the theoretical being important, even if there is then a desire to make a hierarchy of things. Was that just a fudge?
No, I don't think so. Thank you. Yeah, I'm intrigued that some of these later Neoplatonists seem to have seem to challenge that that kind of the more hierarchical sense of philosophy is leading up to some kind of contemplative achievement.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that, so
I think, I mean, yeah, there's all manner of things going on. There's in later Neoplatonism, there is an introduction of a greater sort of spiritualism, such that the end point, if there is an end point, is not Plotinus's rationality, but something that transcends rationality. So there you might push back and say, no, even in this later Neoplatonism, you really do get rid of some of the practical. But I think those people who are performing those theurgic rituals are also on the bulle and acting politically better because they have an advanced theoretical knowledge of things, and having the theoretical knowledge of things because they've managed to purify themselves properly, ethically. So I think there is, even when you have the hierarchy, you have a two-way working. You can't be ethical unless you've got the theoretical understanding of things. You can't have a theoretical understanding of things unless you've purified your soul and ordered it properly.
Wonderful. All right, let's see if there is anyone else. You can either speak up now or be silent forever.
Well,
Okay,
thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, so thank you again, Professor Champion, for your presentation. I think now we can take a 15-minute break and a coffee break until 10, and we'll resume with Professor Calma presentation on ethical averroism, useless tool, label, or symptom. So see you in more or less 15 minutes.
Lovely. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you again.
Bye.
I start again the recording, I think we can start again. So welcome back, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our second speaker of the day, Professor Calma. Professor Calma is specialized in the history of medieval philosophy, and he's particularly interested in theories pertaining to metaphysics and theories of the soul between the 13th and the 17th and 16th century. One of the aims of his research consists in enlarging our knowledge of Western thought by unearthing, editing, and analyzing previously unknown philosophical texts that are preserved in medieval manuscripts. Currently, Professor Calma is an associate professor at the School of Philosophy at the University College Dublin, where he directs the ERC Consolidator Grant Project on Neoplatonism and the Abrahamic traditions. Professor Calma today will give a talk with a very promising title, Ethical Averroism, Useless Tool, Label, or Symptom. So, Professor Calma, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your invitation and hello, everyone. I see now that there are things that I am supposed to do as well. I'm not sure whether I have to kind of allow anyone or not, but I hope I will manage to do these three things at once. I mean, reading the text, doing the slides, and allowing people to join us. It's a great pleasure. It is indeed my most sincere honor to be part of this meeting honoring Professor Domański's book. Before I just begin, I want to make sure that do you see my slides? Is it you can see them, right? Okay.
We actually do. If you want to start the presentation, because now it's just in the
background.
That's
now
right.
it's okay.
Yes, that's it.
Right.
It's on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So indeed, seeing him even only on screen is very moving and very touching, and I want to express not only my most sincere admiration for his erudition and his work, but also to recall his long and sincere friendship with Zenon Kaluza, who left us last year. There is much to be said about this friendship, but I just want to mention one aspect that is linked to the subject of our meeting, celebrating the English translation of two books, but particularly the book Philosophy, Theory, or Way of Life. This, as you know, is the result of a series of lectures given at the Collège de France at the invitation of Pierre Hadot, who at some point directed wait, it seems that there are people in the waiting room. Now I have to see.
My apologies for that. Yeah.
How do I allow them to get in? Salle d'attente. Right. Admettre tous. Right. Okay, so now they are admitted in the.
My apologies for that.
No,
yes,
no,
thank you very
it's
much.
completely fine. Right. So indeed, the lectures given at the Collège de France and the invitation of Pierre Hadot, who at some point directed the team at the National French Research Center, CNRS, to which Zenon Kaluza belonged.
I'm sorry, Professor Calma, could you share again the screen because we lost it in the meantime?
So you lost the screen?
Yes, in the meantime.
Right. Is it okay now?
Yes, it is.
Right. Multitasking. I will tell that to my wife, and she will be happy to know that I am indeed multitasking, which I didn't know previously. Right. So, yes, but the French text of the conferences and of this book of Professor Domański was revised by Zenon, as he mentions, and one of the chapters of the book deals with Jean Gerson, an author to whom Zenon devoted several works. So to talk about Professor Domański's book is, in a way, to pay tribute to our dear Zenon as well. I want first and foremost to congratulate the entire team involved in the translation and the production of this book. It was high time that Professor Domański's work made its entry into the English-speaking world of research, and I very much hope that it will give a new impetus to reflections on medieval philosophy as well. Pierre Hadot's theses on ancient philosophy have been challenged in monographs, the latest of which has just appeared this week, and I will mention it in a couple of moments. But medievalists have been content with occasional and relatively short reactions to Pierre Hadot. Professor Domański's book remains to this day, unless I am mistaken, the only monograph produced as a response to the hypothesis presented by Pierre Hadot about the so-called decline of ancient philosophy during scholasticism and humanism. But I want to make sure that we are all understanding the same thing. Professor Domański's book is not polemical at all. It analyzes a number of texts that qualify or challenge some of Pierre Hadot's hypotheses. The only monograph by a medievalist does not mean the only answer by a medievalist to Hadot's thesis. Indeed, there are a multitude of scholars who reacted, criticized, revised, let's say, Pierre Hadot's unflattering remarks about scholasticism. What else can one say about Pierre Hadot as a medievalist? I mean, what else can one say? And I have the impression that Professor Domański's book has a solid contribution, brings a solid contribution to our understanding of medieval thought in general. And I would discuss today only one of these major contributions, and I would dare to say that he enriches the definition or understanding of philosophy as a way of living. I will begin by noting what I would call a fortunate ambiguity in the English title, which is not present in the French title. The fortunate ambiguity is that at least I want to read, if you allow me, I want to read this title as such. Is philosophy a theory of life or a way of life? Theory of life understood not in the sense of a theory of ways of living, which would be in fact useless in the sense that it erases the alternative signified by or, but theory of life in the sense of a discourse on what life is, or more precisely, a discourse on what life is according to philosophy. The second option, as we shall see, does not necessarily presuppose spiritual exercises. And indeed, for some medieval authors, following a certain tradition of exegesis based on Aristotle, spiritual exercises seem to be unnecessary because for them, the arduous study of higher causes, hence the study of metaphysics, profoundly affects the philosopher's daily life at all levels, including his moral choices. I would say that this might be a fourth model alongside the three modes mentioned by Professor Domański and recalled to us by Matt Sharpe this morning. We can also pay attention to the fact that for this particular model, the fourth model I would call it, the philosopher is identified with a metaphysician. And this model, the fourth model, will occupy I admit is someone, will occupy me today. I will therefore structure my speech around a couple of points. Firstly, noting that Pierre Hadot uses indistinctly, probably without realizing it, probably without admitting it, two descriptions of philosophy as a way of life. There is what I would call a strict definition of philosophy as a way of life, according to which the theoretical or speculative discourse unfolding a series of concepts is supported by daily practices. These are the famous spiritual exercises. The aim of this combined approach, I mean conceptual and practical, is to change the individual's soul and the whole attitude in front of various traumatic experiences. A discourse is philosophical only if it changes lives, otherwise it is sophistry. Philosophy always, and I stress always because Pierre Hadot mentions it a couple of times in his text, so there is always an intention there which I want to stress, according to Pierre Hadot's what I call narrow definition of philosophy as a way of life. So philosophy always has a real tangible impact on the person who adopts it, insofar as it is an instrument, a tool. It has a formative function and produces a habitus. So it brings about a transformation of the self, sometimes even a radical change. Anyone who practices these exercises daily lives their life as a philosopher. You become a philosopher through the life you live. The experience of life is the gateway to philosophy. Without these spiritual exercises and the theoretical discourse, any philosophy, any speculative speech would not have any impact on the individual. Indeed, for Pierre Hadot, the very essence of ancient philosophy, and by extension, the essence of all true philosophy, in the noble sense of the term, is to give theoretical discourse a practical purpose. Speculative thought is not an end in itself. It must have an impact on the individual. Well, it seems to me that there is also a second definition of philosophy as a way of life in the text discussed by Pierre Hadot. I name it second or different, but Pierre Hadot does not mention it as such. He does not describe it as such. He presents this second understanding of philosophy as if there was not the slightest distinction between what I call the first and second definition. However, this second definition makes no reference to spiritual exercises, because in the ancient texts, there is no discussion of the implementation of this or that theoretical thought in everyday life. And we do not have explicit remarks on the need to adopt certain practices in order to better penetrate the meaning of abstract discourse, or even to bring lived experience into line with a theoretical model. The most obvious case is that of Aristotle, who does not tell us in Ethics 10 what we need to do on a daily basis to live according to the way of life of the intellect, nous, from Metaphysics, Book 12. Of course, Pierre Hadot tries to convince his readers otherwise, but his argument only highlights even more the ambiguity. He says, and I quote this text, "The Aristotelian choice of life was an attempt to live according to the intellect, that is to find pleasure and the meaning of life in research. It meant leading the life of a scholar and a contemplative, and undertaking research, often collective, on every aspect of human and cosmic reality. For Aristotle, philosophical and scientific discourse could not be merely dialogical. For him, too, it was an essential element of life in accordance with the mind. This scholarly activity could, moreover, transcend itself and become mystical intuition when the human intellect, by means of non-discursive contact, enters into a rapport with a divine intellect. So Pierre Hadot argues that Aristotle's philosophy is theoretical, theoretic, right, about contemplation, and not theoria, theoric, pure contemplation. For Pierre Hadot, Aristotle's philosophy is about, as we saw, attempting to live according to the intellect, which is, I quote, finding pleasure in research. However, one must say that we cannot find any guidance in Aristotle how to study the causes, the superior causes, while coping with, say, anger, distress, death, or illness. We should also bear in mind the claim that the scholar activity could transcend itself and become mystical intuition of the human mind and the divine intellect. I have difficulties to find such mystical and transcendental unions in the 10th book of the Ethics, let alone the 12th book of the Metaphysics. But this description of the intellectual activity would not surprise us if we read some of the medieval texts, indeed. I argue that one could distinguish between these two approaches. On the one hand, theoretic, originated in yet distinct from Aristotle, and way of life need to be treated distinctively. Pierre Hadot insists that for Aristotle, contemplation or knowledge of the truth can only be the result of personal exercise. The result of personal exercise. All his career, I have the impression, Pierre Hadot will defend the following two theses with respect to Aristotle's philosophy. First is that it presupposes exercises, and second, that contemplation is the result of these exercises. Pierre Hadot's analysis of them may lead to ambiguities, to my mind, inasmuch as, in essence, both are philosophies that presuppose spiritual exercises to achieve a goal, both meaning the first, what I call the narrow definition, and the new or the second definition of philosophy as a way of life. I mean, the non-Aristotelian and Aristotelian, let's put it very broadly, definitions or understandings of philosophy as a way of life. However, it is more than clear that spiritual exercises are not necessarily that present, to put it mildly, in Aristotle. But I would suggest that if we acknowledge the absence of the spiritual exercises in Aristotle, we can discover a different way of thinking the relationship between philosophy as theoretical discourse and its impact on the life of the individual, that then through purely spiritual exercises. And this is what I called the fourth model, which is present in Domański's book, even if probably it's not mentioned among the models, at least not in the first part of his book. So the fourth model is this new way of thinking the relationship between philosophy and life without the spiritual exercises, and yet not denying the impact of philosophy on the philosopher's life. It is precisely this other or fourth option that we find not in Aristotle, but in some of his Arab and Latin commentators. In the Latin world, we can distinguish two very similar traditions. One that crystallizes in the texts of Abba the Great, and the other in the texts of Boëtius of Dacia. These two traditions are very similar, and if we ever have time, we can discuss the differences. But for now, let's focus on the similarities. And I have the impression that here Professor Domański's book is a precious tool because he indicates us those authors in the tradition of Aristotle who consider that, one, philosophy does not necessarily presuppose exercises. Two, that contemplation can be achieved without exercises. And three, that despite the absence of exercises, life is transformed by philosophy, more precisely by the object of study by a single philosophical discipline, which is metaphysics. Including peripatetic philosophy in the general landscape of ancient philosophy as a way of life is, I have the impression, the weak link in Pierre Hadot's approach. Scholars specialized in ancient philosophy, and I recall a very good paper by John Sellars from 2007, if I remember correctly, mentions or discusses this aspect. Recently, I mean, a couple of days ago, Sylvain Roux published a book which I could not consult for today because it was published, 4 or 5 days ago, and it didn't reach me yet. So Sylvain Roux is among others who somehow revised or criticized Hadot's approach to Aristotle, and a certain number of medievalists have already noticed this argument or this weak argument in Hadot's narration. And I think it is enough also to compare the number of pages, the density and the force of arguments he uses to explain Aristotle and the other philosophical schools of antiquity in Pierre Hadot's book. And now I have the impression that even Sharpe in his book doesn't have a chapter on Aristotle, unless I'm wrong, and you will then please correct me. Right. So what I want to so if we compare the number of pages that Hadot dedicates to Aristotle in all his books, we see that he does not seem to be that attentive or to focus that much on Aristotle's philosophy. And I don't think that Pierre Hadot was not capable to see the Neoplatonic dimension of his own interpretation of Aristotle, but I think that it was a deliberate choice. When I say Neoplatonic reading of Aristotle, I think about this idea of transcendent self, mystical union, and so on. I'm pretty sure that he kind of deliberately went into that or chose that path. Why I say that? Because I think it was essential for him to present us the image of an unbroken block of ancient philosophy as a way of life. Because as you all know, Pierre Hadot's main thesis, which he calls my fundamental intuition, and he calls this way in the foreword of Domański's book, is that, so his fundamental intuition is that Christianity is responsible for a radical change in the face of philosophy, because Christianity, I quote, you have the text here, absorbed the ethical and practical aspect of ancient philosophy, especially the technique of spiritual exercises, and by a way of consequence, voided philosophy of its practicity, reducing it to technicalities and restricting its use to the domain of abstract knowledge. Things continue in the same direction because of Christianity, right? And they get even worse in the scholastics. All the received views about the Middle Ages are displayed in many of Pierre Hadot's texts. There are messages.
Oh, sure. Don't worry about those. It was just John Sellars pointing out that his latest contribution on the subject, and Professor Sharpe actually agreeing with you that his book on philosophy as a way of life does. You don't have to worry about
sorry,
those.
I apologize. I thought that someone was willing to enter, and I thought, oh no, I should also be a guest as well. So apologies. So things continue the same direction because of Christianity, and they get even worse in the scholastics. All the received views about the Middle Ages are displayed. And they get even because of the separation of philosophy as pure and abstract knowledge and theology as practical ethics. Nothing is absent in this very short passage about the Middle Ages. Obscurantism in scholasticism, inquisition, censorship, natural reason in the service of theology, futile speculations meant to train professors, not persons. In short, a doomed Middle Ages where philosophy was nothing more than a ridiculous, decadent reflection of a splendid and lost past. Pierre Hadot was keen to show that philosophy loses its vocation and its letters of nobility through its encounter with Christianity, and that it rediscovers its real value once Christianity is criticized or ignored, i.e. with Nietzsche, Bergson, and existentialism. Between late antiquity and nihilism, philosophy remained without history because it was deprived of its identity. I confess I don't fully understand the distinction between professors and people made by Pierre Hadot in this text, as if professors were just some kind of subhuman, less than person parrots capable only of producing commentaries without believing in what they are saying for fear of the Inquisition and under the control of theologians. Unfortunately, there are some scholars in medieval philosophy who do not take seriously the claims of scholastics that philosophy is indeed a serious matter. And they would be happy to conclude that all these reflections on philosophy as a way of life, as a discipline, is nothing than an occasion to assert a social or institutional group within an institution or society. I don't endorse this interpretation of facts. The striking fact remains that Pierre Hadot wrote these claims in 1996 in the foreword of the French edition of Domański's book, after claiming in 1987 that he wished to qualify his opinion following Ruedi Imbach's reviews, to which I shall return, and following Professor Domański's book. And if you compare these sentences from 1996, so from the foreword, introduction of Domański's book, you will see that they are almost identical to the sentences he wrote in 1977 in the summaries of his lectures at École pratique des hautes études, which constitute the very first chapter of the first edition of the book Spiritual Exercises and Ancient Philosophy, published in 1981. So throughout his career, Pierre Hadot remained faithful to his fundamental intuition, and he maintains that Professor Domański's book confirms it. And I think we can find these unshaken convictions in his later texts as well. So this fundamental intuition, which I mentioned previously, is based on the assumption that all ancient philosophical schools, including Aristotle, had a practical or aesthetic dimension, presenting ancient philosophy as an unbroken block addressing the same concern for the ways of life, allowed him to argue convincingly in its simplistic opposition that the Latin Middle Ages, under the control of the Church, commented on Aristotle, deliberately ignoring the practical dimension of his philosophy, i.e., of Aristotle's philosophy. But there are a few exceptions. And Pierre Hadot cites a very short text, which is the Summo Bono of Boëtius of Dacia. But these 7 pages of Boëtius of Dacia, compared to the hundreds of titles produced in the scholastics, are nothing indeed, but the exception confirming his fundamental intuition. Now, among the pardon me, among the medievalists who have singled out Aristotle as a weakness in Pierre Hadot's general argument, the first to rule the roots is Ruedi Imbach. In 2 famous reviews, one published in German in 83 and another one in French in 85, basically almost the same review in 2 languages. Ruedi Imbach argues that if the scholastics did not develop the same conception of philosophy as ancient philosophers, it was because they were commenting on Aristotle, for whom philosophy is above all a theoria, a knowledge of causes and not a practice of everyday life. Pierre Hadot, as I mentioned, responds to Ruedi Imbach's criticism in the introduction of the 2nd edition of his Exercices spirituels et philosophie antique, published in 1987, reprinted also in 2002. And he responds like this. Ruedi Imbach also asks me whether the reason why philosophy became purely theoretical in the Middle Ages might not be the reception of Aristotle in the 13th century. Aristotle, in fact, according to Ruedi Imbach, was the father of a purely theoretical conception which aims at knowledge for knowledge's sake. I would reply that while it is true that Aristotelian philosophy is a philosophy of theoria, this Aristotelian theoria is not purely theoretical in the modern sense of the word, for 2 reasons. Firstly, because Aristotle shares with all the ancient philosophers the idea that contemplation or knowledge of the truth can, and here I really stress the words, can only be the result of personal exercises. And secondly, because Aristotle conceives this theoria as an action and a life. It is precisely this activity of theoria that contains within it the purest pleasures. In fact, in a sense, the reception of Aristotle in the 13th century gave a new lease of life to the idea of philosophical life independent of theology, as can be seen in the work written around 1270 by Boëtius of Dacia on the sovereign good or the philosophical life, which contains formulas such as these, and he quotes Boëtius: "I call a philosopher any man who lives according to the order of nature. The philosopher leads a very delectable life." Here then Boëtius of Dacia, continues Hadot, glimpses the possibility of a philosophical life distinct from the Christian life, and thus, and I stress here, of a return to the philosophical life as it had been described by ancient philosophers. I think Pierre Hadot would have given the same answer to all medievalists who have criticized him since 1983, each time referring to his own interpretation of Aristotle's philosophy of theoria as the result of a personal exercise and as, I quote, an action and a life. We can discuss this interpretation of Aristotle, and I think once again that it has not convinced many researchers. Now, Pierre Hadot discovered Boëtius of Dacia in Redi Imbach's 1986 translation. In the preface to Professor Domański's book, he again cites Boëtius of Dacia as an exceptional figure in scholasticism, insofar as he proposes an ideal of philosophical life independent of the Christian model. So, if you want, among all commentators in the scholastics, there is only one who really understood more or less what Aristotle wanted to say, is Boëtius of Dacia in these 7 pages. Pierre Hadot, about the 3rd chapter of Professor Domański's book. In his, Domański's 3rd chapter, he recalls that in the 13th century, alongside the theology of Thomas Aquinas, there also existed precisely in the Faculty of Arts and in the perspective of the exegesis of Aristotle it practiced, the powerful tendency of the Latin Averroism of Sigurd of Brabant and Boëtius of Dacia. They accorded to philosophy a complete autonomy, not considering it as a simple propedeutic to Christian doctrine, thereby radically distinguishing the order of reason and nature from the order of faith and supernature. We find in this trend, particularly in Boëtius of Dacia, the idea of the ideal of the contemplative life professed by Aristotle in the last pages of the Nicomachean Ethics. Boëtius of Dacia clearly presented philosophy as a way of life, and then he quotes again Boëtius. The philosopher lives in the manner for which humankind is born and according to the order of nature, since all the inferior functions and their actions are in him oriented toward the supreme function and the most elevated action, that is, the speculation of truth and joy in it. Pierre Hadot returns to Boëtius of Dacia, Sigurd of Brabant, and he also adds Aubry of France in Philosophy as a Way of Life, this collection of interviews published in 2014, in a context in which he admits that his vision of medieval philosophy is very simplified and needs to be corrected in the light of some exceptions again, right? He's talking about you see in blue exceptions and correcting his view. Correcting in the light of what? Well, of two groups he had previously ignored, the wishes of Dacia with the Latin Averroes and laity. Laity because Ray Diebach has published this wonderful book that he quotes also, as you see here, dans la philosophie laïque. So Pierre Hadot introduces kind of these laïc authors in his revision, but exception revision of the narration on philosophy as a way of life. Curiously, Pierre Hadot sees no distinction between Averroes and laity, when in fact some laity, some of these authors like that Diebach calls the laïque, were Averroes, such as Anthony of Parma and other Italian Averroes, while not all Averroes were laics or part of the laity, such as Sigurd of Brabant, who was a canon in Liège, right? So studies on scholasticism were already flourishing in the 80s and 90s when Pierre Hadot published his works. And yet in all his works, he mentions favorably only two medievalists, as long as I can say, Juliusz Domański and Ray Diebach. Yet the person who in France or in French has dedicated the greatest number of studies to the philosophical model of Boëtius of Dacia is Alain de Libera. Curiously enough, Pierre Hadot cites Alain de Libera only marginally and only in connection with either Meister Eckhart or Aubry de Rennes. Pierre Hadot, Alain de Libera, and Ray Diebach have together edited or directed the series Vestigia, where the Domański's book appeared, and which is a very, very respectable collection of monographs, mostly on medieval thought. Interestingly, in Alain de Libera's work, at least the books that I've managed to recently reread for the preparation of this text, I have not found any reference to Pierre Hadot. Not on Pierre Hadot's theory or about Pierre Hadot's view on philosophy as a way of life. Pierre Hadot is cited only for Porphyry, Marius Victorinus, and his works on late antique Neoplatonists. Yet it seems unlikely to me that Alain de Libera was unaware of Pierre Hadot's hypothesis when he was working on the question of ethical Averroism or intellectual felicity. And I would dare to say that it is very unlikely that Pierre Hadot ignored Alain de Libera's fundamental work on Latin Averroism, notably the small book Albert le Grand et la philosophie, published by de Libera in 1991. I want to mention one thing, that Pierre Hadot has been the head, as I said at the beginning, of a research team in Sellars, where both Alain de Libera and Zenon Kaluza were both active. Moreover, this volume, Maître Eckhart, Métaphysique du verbe hétérogène négatif, co-edited by Alain de Libera and Émilie Sombrun, published in 1984, was the result of a research project suggested and directed by Pierre Hadot in Sellars. Now, the fact that there is kind of, there might be probably things to be said here, why there is this kind of mutual decision not to cite each other for this specific topic might occupy probably a different theme or conference talk, whatever we can organize around. But for the moment, let us return to the term Averroism, which I mentioned previously, and also which appears in Pierre Hadot citations. and also in my title, the title of this talk. What does sorry, this term mean, and why is it linked to Boetius of Dacia and intellectual felicity? First of all, please let me briefly say that today, well, nobody considers Boetius of Dacia to be a representative of Latin Averroism anymore, and I would just very friendly dare to say that Boetius is not necessarily a little-known author. Of course, with the exception of Thomas Aquinas and William of Ockham, all the other authors from the Middle Ages can be considered little-known by most people, and even by most of our colleagues in the philosophy departments. But I dare to hope that an author who has been translated into English, French, Italian, and German and studied for over 30 years should not be presented as little known. Jacob of Gostinin, to whom Professor Domański dedicates a couple of illuminating pages, can, on the contrary, be considered little-known figure of the Middle Ages, if you allow me this comparison. Moreover, as we have seen, Boetius of Dacia is an important figure in Pierre Hadot's revision of his narrative about the scholastic philosophy. And as an aside, I regret that for the translation of Professor Domański's books, one did not use the English translations published in 1987 by Whipple, or in 2006 by Juliusz Calma, which is available on the Fordham University website, and it was used the French translation, of which it was translated into English in the book. Anyhow, Boetius of Dacia was included in the group of Latin Averroists in the late 80s and in the 90s of the last century, but scholars were then in the process of discovering theses and texts that are much better understood today. And once again, research has progressed and proved that the term Averroism, or an Averroist, does not cover any of the doctrines Boetius defends in his texts. Very briefly, for those unfamiliar with the term, the word Averroist and Averroism were or are most often used by scholars to designate authors who supported the uniqueness of the intellect advocated by Averroes in his great commentary on the Anima. However, more recent studies have shown that the term Averroista was equivocal even in the Middle Ages and covered a wide variety of doctrines, some of which were actually present in Averroes' texts, others attributed to him rightly or wrongly, incidentally, and other texts were not necessarily linked to what scholars would have then called Ibn Rushdism, or even kind of the Arabic version of Averroes. Some historians of philosophy prefer to use it today, this term, because it can be used to refer to the historiography which, until very recently, was fascinated by debates on the thinking subjects. But other historians prefer to abandon this terminology because of the semantic vagueness and misunderstandings it can engender. One of the doctrines wrongly associated with Latin Averroism was the doctrine of intellectual felicity. I say wrongly because the origin of this confusion is the expression ethical Averroism, which I also used in the title. What does the thesis of intellectual felicity say, in a few words, that persuaded Pierre Hadot to qualify, to change even his narrative? When we speak of the doctrine of intellectual felicity, we are referring to a thesis that circulated in the 13th and 14th centuries, according to which the most perfect life that man can live is the life of the intellect, a life dedicated to philosophical thought, because this mental activity can enable him to achieve earthly felicity. This is Aristotle's Ethics, Book 10, but this thesis also has the idea that intellectual felicity consists in a kind of precisely described operation, which is called intellectus adeptus, which is the result of the accumulation of such a quantity of theoretical knowledge that the human intellect can unite with the active intelligence, which is a separate intelligence unique to the human species, through which the individual can obtain knowledge of all possible knowledge and even of God. The philosopher would thus have the possibility of experiencing fully and in this life a state of grace which consists in the knowledge of God and superior causes, and which some very virtuous people could attain only by divine grace, either in this life according to some authors, or in the life hereafter according to other medieval authors. The way of acquiring this cumulative knowledge that allows union with the active intelligence is presented differently by various authors, but it is already clear that this second part of the doctrine, I mean, this kind of union with the intelligence, is not to be found in Aristotle, to my mind, at least. Where is it to be found and who invented it? Well, Alain de Libera has devoted some remarkable passages and a depth analysis to these questions. And I don't necessarily find the necessity here to go back to all these demonstrations. In Albert the Great and Philosophy, Albert le Grand, La Philosophie, published in 1991, Alain de Libera concludes a long analysis in which he shows that Albert the Great's doctrine on earthly felicity is articulated around his very peculiar interpretation of the concept of the acquired intellect, intellectus adeptus, which depends, and here de Libera is very clear, as much on Al-Farabi as on Eustratius of Nicaea. Alain de Libera adds that the authors known as Averroes took up this doctrine, and that is very successful, and it was very successful in the Latin world until the 16th century with Agostino Nifo. And he concludes what you already see here. In other words, Latin Averroism is first and foremost an ethical doctrine, and as such, it is a particular development of the Albertinian interpretation of the theory of speculative happiness or theoretical wisdom, expounded by Aristotle in Book 10 of the Ethics. And he adds, this theory of happiness is therefore less specifically Averroist than peripatetic, in the precise sense that Albert the Great was the first to isolate and determine a sententia peripateticorum based on an overall reading of Aristotle's Novus and its Greco-Arabic extensions. For us, this is the philosophical position of integral Aristotelianism. It is the position of the unconditioned value of philosophy as the perfect ethical life and the realization of man's thinking essence. It is this doctrine that is preached in the De Sumo Bono of Boetius of Dacia, which makes philosophy a kind of spiritual life that, while conforming to the sole order of nature, nonetheless enables man to conquer the best and highest end of human life. The main point in these lines, and first of all, the idea that if the word Averroism is present, it is mainly because of the Latin authors that historiography has named as such, and who took up and postulated the thesis of intellectual felicity elaborated by Albert. Because indeed there are many authors, much more than Boecius of Dacia, who adopted the thesis of intellectual felicity, and they were not called necessarily Averroes in the sense of adopting the idea of unicity of the intellect, nor following Averroes in many other topics. But above all, we should remember that this interpretation of Albert grew up in the fertile wake of Aristotle's very evasive doctrine of speculative happiness. Alain de Libera speaks of a sententia peripateticorum and of the Greco-Arabic extensions of Aristotle that the genius of Albert the Great elaborated in his own way. De Libera's demonstration is clear at least on one point, which is my first provisional conclusion. Boecius of Dacia is the heir of a position developed by Albert the Great on the basis of Greek and Arabic commentators on Aristotle, and not the faithfully reproduction or interpretation of Aristotle Book 10. Okay? If this doctrine appeared in scholasticism, it is because the Greek, Arabic, and Latin commentators completed what was missing in Ethics 10. They elaborated on the conditions of possibility and on the concrete ways of achieving intellectual happiness. Now, Alain de Libera returns to this demonstration in an article published in 1994, which has the explicit title Averroïsme, éthique et philosophie mystique. Ethical Averroïsm and mystical philosophy. He insists, once again, that the origin of the doctrine of intellectual felicity in scholasticism is Albert the Great, inspired by, again, Al-Farabi and Eustratus of Nicaea, but adds two important things. One, that this doctrine is not peculiar to a tiny group of authors, more or less little known, and two, that endured in the Latin world for a century, despite the condemnations and attacks of theologians. And what was half-heartedly stated in 1991 is now vigorously postulated. Ethical Averroism refers to the doctrine developed by Albert of speculative happiness, defended by several Latin philosophers between the 13th and 14th century. And it is a metaphysical knowledge of God. Knowledge of God and separate substances that is possible to achieve thanks to the assiduous study of philosophy. So when we refer to ethical Averroism, we talk about metaphysics, not noetics, right? It's a knowledge, a metaphysical knowledge, acquiring, sort of, again, achieving indeed knowledge of God and separate substances, which again does not refer only to, or is not popularized, sorry, only by authors that we call Latin Averroes, but by many other authors as well, despite all the kind of censorship and inquisition or whatever you want to put in these very simplistic views on scholastic philosophy. Now, the liberals' label ethical Averroism was met with mixed reception. Some scholars have immediately accepted it without trying too hard to remember the details. Hence the idea that intellectual felicity was a doctrine of the Averroists, a group of authors who adopted, hence theory of uniqueness of the intellect. So scholars had a tendency to reduce the very broad definition of ethical averroism to Latin averrois. There is a confusion in the reception of this label. The disadvantage is, again, that historians, scholars failed to note that, on the one hand, adherents to this doctrine went beyond the circle of authors, who accepted the uniqueness of the intellect, and that, on the other hand, not all the authors who adopted the doctrine of intellectual felicity also accepted uniqueness of the intellect. This confusion was, in addition to the existing confusion over the meaning of the words averroist and averroism. Hence, a very complicated situation was created after the Liberal's paper. And this is the reason why, basically, Boëtius of Dacia is averroist, because he adopted intellectual felicity. Now, attentive to these criticisms, the Libera decided to revisit his own position, and in 2003 wrote in Raison et Foi the following. Apologies. A little self-criticism would do not harm in such obscure and disputed matters. The time has come to me to do mine, and so on and so forth. So he will I will set out the essentials by confessing that the serial grouping of the labels Abetists, Aristotelianism, integral Aristotelianism, and ethical averroism, advocated in several earlier works, no longer seems to me to be a very happy option. He prefers then to call this intellectualist aristocratism, and the particular development of Alberti's interpretation of the theory of speculative happiness or theoretical wisdom, which is based again on Aristotle Book 10. He refers then to Maria Corti's famous mental felicity about linked to Dante and Cavalcanti, and so on. Now, this account of rare honesty in our field is, this passage here is dense, but it contains two ideas that I submit for your consideration. First is to replace ethical averroism with intellectualist aristocracy, and second is to understand that these ethics concern theories, theoretical justifications of the living practices of philosophy. In other words, theories of how to live fully as a philosopher, a theory of life in a certain sense. Personally, I am not convinced that the phrase intellectual aristocracy or intellectualist aristocracy is a happier choice, especially when we're talking about Dante, mentioned in the same paragraph, right? Whose intellectual program was precisely to broaden and, so to speak, democratize philosophical knowledge, and not to restrict it to an intellectualist aristocracy. Finally, in the Liberal's phrase, that you can find here in yellow, the unitive experience of the transcendent, we almost recognize Pierre Hadot's interpretation of Aristotle's ethics, right? This scholarly activity could transcend itself and become mystical intuition. Now, I have the impression also that in this text, in Raison et Foi, Alain de Libera also responds to Pierre Hadot's strange distinction between professors and persons. Albert's point of view was not corporatist. The eulogy of philosophy was not destined to become, under his pen, a eulogy of the University of Paris. It was, however, outside the university that this paradoxical conceptual initiative found its true point of application. We must insist when he wrote his main works, Albert was not writing for philosophy professors, but for young Dominicans. We could kind of, again, carry on about this kind of dialogue, interesting dialogue between De Libera and Hadot without citing each other, but somehow responding to each other, or at least De Libera responding to some of the Hadot's views. But I want to call your attention to an important paper by Luca Bianchi, who published this text in 2003, the same year as Alain de Libera's Raison et Foi, where he takes up, again, the analysis of Boëtius of Dacia's De Sumo Bono. In this text, Bianchi criticizes the formula, the syntagma or the label ethical Averroism. He shows that Averroes' presence in Boëtius' text is insignificant and places great emphasis on the weight of the commentary on the Nicomachean Ethics by Eustratus of Nicaea, transmitted under the name of Michael of Ephesus. Well, this remarkable work, according to Bianchi, calibrates or recalibrates the impact of Arabic sources on Boëtius of Dacia, and Bianchi sheds light on the Byzantine sources. He even argues that the first part of Boëtius of Dacia's text basically follows quite closely Eustratius' commentary. And I recall again that Alain de Libera had also emphasized the importance of Byzantine sources for Albert the Great. So let us simply note, somehow in response to Pierre Hadot's view about intellectual felicity and Averroism, that intellectual felicity is can be considered to be a theory of life, but developed by assent of the Catholic Church, Albert the Great, influenced by a metropolitan bishop of the Orthodox Church, Eustratus of Nicaea, and by some Muslim thinkers, such as notably Al-Farabi. Now, do we have indeed a sort of fall of ancient philosophy under the contact with Christianity and more broadly Abrahamic traditions in view of these conclusions? I very much doubt so. All this, in any case, but it's not my point here to kind of revise the influence of or the importance of Christian and Catholic, Orthodox, Muslim, whatever thinkers in the idea of philosophy as a way of life, because I think much can be said about that, and we can't really take very seriously what Hadot has to say about this about these things in the scholastics. But let me return to Professor Domański's book because he insists on a central theme in Boëtius of Dacia. And I would want to cite this very short but very important, to my mind, interpretation of Boëtius of Dacia. It's literally kind of half a page, but it captures what is, for me, the fourth model of philosophy. I think, so I quote Domański, I think that this long citation from Boëtius of Dacia only demands a short commentary. Being most faithful to the Aristotelian conception of philosophy, and in particular to the Aristotelian ideal of the bios theoretikos, Boëtius of Dacia places the accent much more strongly than Aristotle himself. So I'm not sure what exactly Hadot took from Domański's interpretation of Boëtius, but anyhow, much more strongly than Aristotle himself had done on the moral connotations and conditions of happiness deriving from the contemplation of the truth. In particular, the highlighting of the gradation not only of goods, but also of the functions of the human being recalls, it seems, Neoplatonism and its gradation of the same goods and functions rather than the pluralism of the ethics of Aristotle. So note again the intuition about the similarity of the Neoplatonic model and the difference with Aristotle, from Aristotle. In the end, we are dealing here with a conception very similar to the second Platonic model, to which I have already alluded. I have the impression that it might be something different and would be what I call the fourth model, if you allow me. The sentence by Boëtius of Dacia, to which Professor Domański refers, and which appears to be quoted as well by Pierre Hadot, Alain de Libera, and Luca Bianchi, is the following. This is the way, why the philosopher lives in the manner for which humankind is born, and according to the nature, to the order of nature, since all the inferior functions and their actions are in him oriented towards the supreme function and the most elevated action, that is, the speculation of truth and joy in it, and particularly of the first truth. The appetite to know is indeed never satisfied as long as the uncreated being is not known. While the tendency is to insist in scholarship on the exceptional status of the philosopher who alone lives according to the order of nature, Domański says Boëtius of Dacia places, as I quote, the accent much more strongly than Aristotle himself had done on the moral connotations and conditions. This is a text which I already cited, them on the moral connotations and conditions of happiness deriving from the contemplation of the truth, which we understand as following. So contemplation of God, in other words, metaphysical contemplation through natural reasoning, is the goal of man according to his nature. And it is this intellectual activity that has an impact on the individual's daily life, even on his moral choices. Happiness is the goal of all life, and man's happiness is to live according to what is proper to his nature. Now, what characterizes man's nature is that something non-human or suprahuman, the intellect, which makes man similar to the divine. What is proper to man is to become like the divine, right? Now, to live fully the life of man according to his nature is to imitate the way of life of what is be human or non-human. The contemplative life produces the greatest happiness because it is a natural happiness that is according to man's own nature. All other happinesses, enjoyment of senses, wealth, and so on, is inferior because it is not natural. It is not worthy of man's nature. Boëtius of Dacia uses the word sin, peccatum, to denounce these subnatural or unnatural pleasures. This word has no moral connotation and should be called sin against nature. Man is naturally disposed to become metaphysician. And those who follow this path are in fact following their deepest calling, following the call of their nature. A metaphysician is someone who has found man's true nature and follows this nature. The metaphysician does not live an extraordinary life. Quite the contrary, those who are not metaphysicians are the exception, because they are exceptions to their nature. Statistics would have us believe otherwise, and Boëtius is aware of this. He says, few people follow their nature and dedicate themselves to metaphysics. But in the end, this is some sort of natural selection. understood differently, of course. Natural selection, selection according to man's nature. Boëtius describes a theology of nature. The nutritive powers of the soul are in the view of sensory powers, or sensitive powers, which are in view of the intellective powers, and if among the intellective powers or faculties, some are inferior to the others, the inferior ones are in view of the higher ones. Everything in human nature is ordered toward a single goal: metaphysical speculation, becoming metaphysician. To listen to the call of one's nature is to listen to the path of becoming a metaphysician. Now, the logical consequence of these assertions are unequivocal. Everything the metaphysician does in his life is based on this pursuit of happiness. The choice of actions is spontaneously dictated by this pursuit. The metaphysician does not prepare in advance, nor does he train himself to change his life in order to achieve a philosophical goal. He lives according to his deepest nature, discarding anything that might contaminate that nature and anything that might become an obstacle to this pursuit. The metaphysician, lives a happy life, and Boëtius is very clear about that. He lives a happy life when he sleeps, when he eats, when he stays awake, as long as none of these actions takes him away from his goal. He doesn't have to do anything in particular to prepare to restrict himself from eating, from sleeping, from nothing. Whatever he does it naturally, right? The choice of the golden mean, the golden milieu, comes to him through the nature of things. It is not dictated or imposed by the rules of any philosophical school. And that's an important thing as well. The human nature that pursues metaphysical knowledge has its own self-regulating mechanism, so to speak, right? The idea is clearly expressed. There is no prior moral, intellectual, or physical preparation for acquiring metaphysical knowledge. The change of life comes as a result of the pursuit of contemplation. The metaphysician lives for the supreme knowledge of truth. So his choices are dictated by this aspiration towards the true. The need to know is stronger than he is, than his kind of almost immediate choice, because it is a fully natural choice, a full natural so to speak, purpose, fully natural need. Any other kind of life is against man's nature, so choosing metaphysics is in the end the only essential choice. The rest, life as it is, adapts in one way or another to this choice. And this final citation: Haec est vita philosophi, quam quimcumque non habuerit, non habet rectam vitam. Philosophum autem voco omnem hominem, vivem secundum rectum ordinem naturae, et qui acquisivit optimum et ultimum finem vitae humanae. Primum autem principium de quo sermo factus est Deus gloriosus et sublimis, qui est benedictus in saecula saeculorum. Amen. The question then arises, who is a philosopher? The one who lives according to a set of rules and principles. Boëtius' answer is very important to my mind. Philosopher is anyone who strives to acquire a rational knowledge about God and the first causes, regardless of their current way of life. Anyone, absolutely anyone, teacher or not, student or not, Catholic, Muslim, Jew, polytheist, man or woman, secular or not. Anyone who lives according to the rectitude of the order of nature proper to the human being, with a view to acquiring the knowledge of God through natural reason. A philosopher is neither one who teaches philosophy, nor one who attends a philosophical school, or does spiritual exercises according to a school program. A philosopher is someone who lives according to his own nature, and in this approach, the spiritual exercises are totally useless. The choices, even the most banal, vulgar choices, are not regulated by spiritual exercises, but by the practice of metaphysics, if I am allowed to say so. Recovered or not by Christianity, the spiritual exercises of ancient philosophy are of absolutely no importance to the model of intellectual felicity proposed by Boëtius. But this does not mean that this model loses the nobility that Pierre Hadot sees in ancient philosophy. Quite the contrary. Metaphysical knowledge of God and higher causes profoundly transforms life, but without spiritual exercises. By living as naturally as possible, that is, by living the life for which man is intended, to live according to one's nature is to live as a metaphysician. Thank you, Professor Domański, for reminding us of this. And thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor Calma. Well, this was very, very interesting, I must say. I would have 1,000 questions. But first, let's see if there's anyone in the public who would like to ask a question to you. So, so I think we can open the Q&A. If you have any questions from home, please either raise your hand or again, type your question in the chat box. Thank you. Or in the meantime, I could go perhaps with a little question. Actually, I have a couple of questions at least, but so the first one is more, like a curiosity, and I really wonder how author, as you were pointing out in your presentation, how authors, scholars working in the same research group like Hadot and Deliberat could have ignored their respective works, or I mean, how could they have operated so in parallel, in a sense, when their concerns seem to overlap a lot, especially when we talk about the doctrine of intellectual felicity. But again, I'm not sure whether you would have an answer for that.
I don't think I have necessarily an answer to that, but we can kind of try to elaborate some sort of a scheme of this answer. So Hadot, when he has these lectures in 1977, and that he publishes the resumes and so on, I think that I have the impression that Deliberat was not already as was not a researcher fully, at least in Sellars, if my memory is not wrong. So by the time Deliberat enters as a kind of young star working on these topics in Sellars, by say mid-80s or so, Pierre Hadot already had kind of popularized a certain number of concepts on ancient philosophy and his view on medieval philosophy. When things change in the middle of 80s, from the middle of 80s onward, probably the switch would have been quite impressive for Pierre Hadot. He would have to abandon a massive part of his interpretation, right? actually acknowledging that he was basically, well, completely wrong about scholastic philosophy. But probably he was not necessarily prepared to do so, nor to revise, kind of to provide a new revision of his interpretation of history of thought. So he said, he kind of acknowledged here and there the fact that his narration is very simplistic, without necessarily taking the necessary steps to provide a new thing. And again, I'm pretty sure he did not ignore what the Libera did in his works. I'm sure he didn't ignore that. And we see that the Libera, even though he does not cite Pierre Hadot on philosophy of life, he does not attack him directly. I think it's also based on mutual respect and people who knew each other quite well, and they would basically see them, well, they would see each other quite often, I suppose, during, I don't know, seminars and meetings in Sellars. So that's the thing.
Right. I just wanted to pull up an interesting quote that I found on in an interview that Alain de Libera gave to Ertzen in, I don't remember when, in the early 2000s, I think, where this is the only occasion in which I find Alain de Libera addressing Hadot directly. And he says, I think he's referring to Pensée à Moyen Âge, and he says, my point is better understood, I think, if we compare it to the thesis of Pierre Hadot, according to whom medieval scholasticism organized the divorce between theory and practice, philosophy and spirituality, choice of life and abstract knowledge. Speaking of the spirit of medieval philosophy, I wanted to emphasize that philosophy as a form of life, on the contrary, had not disappeared in the Middle Ages, that it had only changed its institutional location, the university, and no longer the academy or the lyceum or the porch. Interesting. Right. So if there's anyone who would like to ask Professor Calma a question, please step forward. Otherwise, we could all actually continue with our program. Okay, let's wait. Perhaps someone's shy in the audience. Actually, would like, I mean, a personal also curiosity. I'm sorry, I'm just monopolizing this discussion apparently. So you pointed out in your presentation how, I think rightly so, how the doctrine of intellectual felicity professed by authors like Boethius of Dacia was in fact the result of very complex intermediation by different authors, by Arabic and Byzantine commentators. I was reading the other week an interesting work by Ebsen, and there he was mentioning that he suggests that also Stoic sources might have influenced the reception of that doctrine, of the doctrine of intellectual felicity, and the ideal of the Stoic sage might have, in a sense, played a role in the rediscovery of this, let's call it Aristotelian model of the speculative happiness. Does that sound plausible to you? Is that something? There's not much research on it. I think Marchegiani has an article on Gentile da Cingoli, one of the Bolognese Averroists that operated in Bologna in between the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th century. And Marchegiani makes the case that, alongside Aristotle, these authors also cite quite a bit of Cicero and especially Seneca, the letters. Does that sound plausible to you at all?
I'm not very familiar, if you want, with the reception of Stoic philosophy in Italian context. Probably the late works or the very recent works by René Robert might help you to check some of these kind of historical accurate details, the circulation of manuscripts and so on. It's a very interesting point. What seems to me interesting, though, with these medieval authors coming from Albert the Great, directly or indirectly linked to him, is the emphasis on metaphysics. Suddenly you have the impression, or what I see indeed, kind of a common feature of authors working on intellectual felicity or discussing intellectual felicity, it is the focus on metaphysics and the metaphysician. So we're not talking about a very broad definition of various forms of philosophy or various definitions of what a philosopher is, but we kind of reduce or narrow down almost all options, possible options, to the metaphysician, the one who knows and has a knowledge of God and the separate substances, and that's probably kind of, to my mind, the novelty of scholasticism in addressing the problem of philosophy as a way of life. We saw it, or we can see it also in other texts in the Albertist school, with Berthold of Moosburg, but also with Americus de Campo and other Albertists in the same tradition. The metaphysician is really kind of the focus point of the topics in this relation.
Wow, wonderful. There was John Sellars who had a question. Please, John.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very, very rich. Lots of fascinating material. I just wanted to follow up that last comment. So in terms of sort of Stoic influences that might be feeding into all of this, I mean, I can't comment on the on the Italian context, but someone like Roger Bacon, for instance, draws very heavily on Seneca in his account of ethics alongside Aristotelian ideas. And then a little later, someone like Jean Buridan draws heavily on Seneca in his commentary on Aristotle's ethics. So you see these two kind of streams coming together at certain points. And of course, the approach to kind of philosophy as a lived practice that you find in someone like Seneca isn't going to resonate particularly well with, say, Book 10 of Aristotle's Ethics, but it is going to resonate much better with something like Book 2, where you've got all the talk about habituation and developing virtue. And in fact, there's a really striking passage in Book 2 of Aristotle's Ethics where he almost sounds like a Stoic philosopher. He sounds like he's Epictetus or Seneca. He says, well, loads of people talk about virtuous actions, but they don't actually do them. They just retreat into theory or words. And, you know, they're like a terrible patient who listens to the doctor, but then doesn't follow through with the remedies. So you've got that kind of theme at work there as well, which kind of, you know, complicates the story in interesting ways, I think.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's something I would like to pursue more in the future. Okay, so if there are no other questions, I think we could actually, this might represent a perfect introduction for our last presenter of the day, who's in fact John Sellars. So first of all, let me thank Professor Calma for his intervention. Very much appreciated. Let's move to John at this point. We are right on schedule. So John is a reader in the history of philosophy at Royal Holloway, University of London, a visiting research fellow at the King's College of London, and also a member of Common Room at Wolfson College, Oxford. John is the author of several books on philosophy as a way of life that span across different traditions of thought, from the Epicurean with his book by the title The Fourfold Remedy, to the Stoic tradition, of course, Lessons in Stoicism, and passing also through the peripatetic tradition with Aristotle, understanding the world's greatest philosopher. So John today will present a paper by the title Erasmus and Christianity as Philosophical Way of Life. So please, John, whenever you're ready, I will give you the privileges to share everything and And then the floor is yours.
That's great. Thank you. Yes. So I do have some slides to share. Let's see if it will let me.
Yes, here they are. We
Yep.
can see them.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you all very much. Very pleased to be part of this event. Let me just kind of launch straight into things. So, I mean, at the moment, I'm writing a book about, or trying to write a book, I should say, about philosophy as a way of life in the Renaissance. And it begins with various chapters on Italian humanists, starting from Petrarch onwards. But I've also been planning to include a couple of chapters on later 16th century Northern humanists, in particular the Neo-Stoic Justus Lipsius, who I've written about before, and also Montaigne. And the book doesn't pretend to be a complete history, but inevitably some kind of historical narrative makes sense to help structure the book. And looking at my early plans, what they were lacking was something to connect my discussion of mainly 15th century humanists working in Italy in the first half and these much later Northern European humanists working in the second half of the 16th century. What I needed was a humanist working in the first half of the 16th century, perhaps someone who played a key role in transmitting humanist ideas to Northern Europe. And ideally, he would have been someone who spent some time in Italy too, so I could tell a very neat story. The obvious figure to fill this gap was, of course, Erasmus. Now, despite this sense that I kind of needed Erasmus in my story in order to join the narrative dots, I resisted including him in my early plans because despite being obviously a really important historical figure and fascinating on his own terms, I just thought he wasn't really a philosopher. And of course, I wasn't alone in thinking that, and a number of high-profile commentators have said that Erasmus didn't really have any serious interest in philosophy at all. I had known from other work I'd done that Erasmus had edited Seneca's works, and I also knew that he was fairly dismissive of Stoicism on a number of occasions. And so my kind of initial assumption was that he probably had little interest in the idea of philosophy as a way of life, which of course is so prominent in Stoicism, right? If he wasn't interested in the Stoics. But even so, I remained curious and obviously wanted to learn more about Erasmus on his own terms because he's an interesting figure in his own right. But I didn't really think he was going to be serious and important for my project. But as I began to dig a bit deeper, I started to find references to what he called the philosophy of Christ. And Erasmus is, of course, famous for editing and translating the New Testament, but he also presented the contents of the Gospels as philosophy. And at the same time, he engaged in polemics against the scholasticism of his day, echoing the earlier polemics of Petrarch. It quickly became clear to me that Erasmus wanted to reject a certain model of philosophy, which he associated with scholasticism, while offering a new image of philosophy, which was, for want of a better phrase, a way of life. Now, I came to this realization completely unaware of Professor Domański's work on Erasmus. Some time ago now, I had read his wonderful book, Philosophy, Theory or Way of Life, which I found by chance in a Parisian bookshop in the late 1990s when I was a graduate student, probably just a year or two after it first came out. And at that point, I was becoming very interested in the work of Pierre Hadot, and so Hadot's preface made it an irresistible purchase. And as Matthew Sharpe said earlier, some years later, I scanned the whole thing in and sent it to him, which is my very small, unexpected moment in this whole story towards the English publication, the English translation of that book. So, and I read this way back then with great interest in Prophet, being especially interested in the medieval period and the Italian humanists. And the last couple of pages of that book by Professor Domański do discuss Erasmus, but that just passed me by at the time. Of course, I didn't really think Erasmus was a serious philosopher. It was only much more recently, after I'd started delving into Erasmus on my own terms that I mentioned this in passing to Eli Kramer, who told me all about Professor Domański's work and the plans to translate it, and very generously shared with me a draft of the translation before it's now just come out. And so I was incredibly pleased to see that the book was in some respects arguing for something broadly similar to the views that I'd more or less reached on my own. And I was all the more pleased to see this because, of course, Professor Domański, as I quickly discovered, is an accomplished scholar of Erasmus, whereas I was just an amateur delving into this material for the first time. So in what follows, what I want to do is give my account of the way in which I think we can see Erasmus as a proponent of philosophy as a way of life. And I should note here that I'm going to be going a little further than I think Professor Domański does in his book, whose stated aim is simply to understand Erasmus's conception of philosophy rather than argue strongly that he was a philosopher in those terms. So that's what I'm going to do. And I guess one potential danger in all of this that a critic might voice is that what's happening here, and this could apply to anyone working with the idea of philosophy as a way of life in the history of philosophy, right, is that someone is taking a newly fashionable paradigm and applying it to a historical figure in a way that might potentially distort their thought, where the paradigm is going to overdetermine what you count as relevant evidence. However, as I hope to show you, that could not be further from the case when it comes to Erasmus. The more time I've spent with his texts, the clearer it comes to me that there's no better way to characterize what Erasmus was doing than philosophy as a way of life. So that's what I'm going to try to show you now. I've just done the preamble. I'm going to say a little bit now about Erasmus's biography, which, as we'll see, is highly relevant here. And then I'm going to just dip into a number of his key works. So before going on into the details, let me say something about Erasmus's life. Appropriately, we cannot really understand Erasmus's thought without paying some attention to his biography. And in the present context, I just want to say a few words about his early life and education, which are especially relevant. Erasmus's father was a priest and so unable to marry, meaning that Erasmus was born out of wedlock and so technically was illegitimate. But his parents had a proper relationship, it seems, and they arranged him to be sent to a good school in a nearby town along with his brother. And in fact, his mother accompanied them, relocating close to the school. And while his experience at the school was relatively good, it seems, Erasmus developed a distaste towards the predominantly medieval curriculum that dominated his lessons, describing the school as being in a state of barbarism, gravitating to one or two teachers who were a little bit more open to the newer humanist learning. Now, tragically, Erasmus's mother died of the plague when he was still a teenager in 1483. Both he and his brother were sent home from the school, back to their father, and within 6 months or so, their father died too, leaving both of them in the care of a number of guardians who'd been appointed. The guardians arranged for the two boys to be sent to a monastery to finish their school education, but Erasmus found this a profoundly brutal and anti-intellectual place. After this, both he and his brother joined another monastery in Steen in the Netherlands, and there are competing accounts of how this came about. So one of them suggests that the guardians in effect forced the boys to go, refusing to support them financially any longer and just wanting them off their out of their responsibility. Another version suggests that Erasmus was initially quite keen to go to the monastery, seeing it as an opportunity to live a truly Christian way of life and a leisurely one devoted to scholarly activity as well. But the monastery failed to live up to those expectations. Perhaps drawn to the ideal of monastic life, the prospect of quiet retreat devoted to scholarly leisure caught his imagination, but he quickly found out that this monastery was a place where study was neither respected or practiced, as he tells us. And the monks, I quote, love their bellies rather than their books. One of the issues in all of this is that our primary source of information for all of this about Erasmus's early life is Erasmus himself in a series of autobiographical works, and it's very difficult to know how accurate he's being, how polemical he is, even how good his memory was, because some of them were written a little later. But nevertheless, Erasmus wrote at length about the hypocrisy that he saw from the monks with which he lived, commenting how far the place was from true religion. In another work, commenting on monastic life in general, but presumably drawing on these experiences of his own, Erasmus commented that most monasteries in his day were no longer retreats from worldly affairs. Instead, they had become breeding places of impiety in which it is hardly possible to remain pure and innocent. As for the monks of his day, Erasmus wrote that through false vows of poverty, they escape poverty. Through false vows of chastity, they satisfy their wantonness. Through false vows of obedience, they succeed in not owing obedience to anyone. He came to the rather damning conclusion that no monastic congregation can ever be found that breathes the Spirit of Christ. Erasmus eventually found a way out of this monastery, taking on a post as a secretary to a bishop, and eventually, after some detours, making his way to Paris to study at the university and also to work as a tutor, taking on pupils. But his early experiences shaped his whole outlook. In particular, we can note a dislike of medieval, much preferring humanist learning, but also a profound disappointment with regards to men in holy orders who professed to be living a Christian way of life, but its values. And these themes are explicitly discussed in Erasmus's book, The Anti-Barbarians. This was first published in 1520, but in the dedicatory letter, Erasmus tells us that he first started writing this book much earlier, when he was still a teenager, so directly reflecting his experiences at school. Although, of course, it's revised and published sometime after he's also spent a number of years studying theology in Paris. It combines polemics against both groups, the largely anti-intellectual school teachers, but also the highly educated but obscurantist theologians of the Paris University, as Erasmus saw them. Written as a polemic against both of these groups, The Anti-Barbarians is a defense of the sort of humanistic education and study that Erasmus was now starting to devote his life to. Now, a central theme in Erasmus's defense of humanist education is his critique of the hypocrisy and double standards that he sees amongst its critics, the barbarians that are alluded to in the title of the book. These people, he says, dress up in the mask of religion by putting on the clothes of religious orders and the false semblance of holiness. And the sorts of people he has in mind are friars minor, Dominicans, Carmelites. One of the criticisms that such people level against humanistic learning is that a good Christian ought to shun all pagan learning, assuming that there's a simple either-or choice to be made. One can be either a Christian or a Ciceronian, but not both, either a Christian or a Stoic, and so on. And Erasmus rejects this as a false dilemma, giving a long list of pagan inventions that Christians have happily adopted without any concerns, from technological innovations to the Latin language itself. To learn from pagan philosophy and literature, he argues, is no different. Now, Erasmus goes on to argue that humanist education is not merely about cultivating an elegant literary style, but it also impacts upon how one lives. The study of letters, he says, mold our character, quiet our passions, check our uncontrolled impulses, and give mildness to our minds in place of savagery. By contrast, many of the monks of his day fall into the pursuit of pleasure, getting close to an Epicurean way of life, which, for centuries has been the ultimate insult, right? To be living an Epicurean way of life. Not only that, they do this, these monks, while warning against all forms of learning, both the new humanist concern with classical literature and the scholastic education of the universities. So Erasmus' concern is with the mismatch between these monks' professed Christian values and their actual way of life. He also wants to challenge the claim that classical literature can be morally corrupting. On the contrary, Erasmus thinks it offers us valuable guidance about how we can live well. For Erasmus, then, it's education that offers the route to moral improvement. He comments that cultivation of the mind, even if it does not altogether exclude base desires, must needs temper them. He continues, when a man clearly understands the difference between right and wrong, it's impossible for him not to recoil with horror, sometimes from a disgraceful course, or to look with admiration sometimes at the fair face of virtue. Now, while he's all too aware that being educated is by no means a guarantee of good ethical conduct, the educated person, which in this context means someone who studied ethical theories about value, is at least aware of their moral shortcomings in a way that an uneducated person is not. This is the first step towards moral progress. Now, one of the arguments against learning put forward by the uneducated monks states that all one needs to live a good life is a virtuous example to follow. And that example might come from someone who is not learned at all. And in this context, the uneducated monks point to the apostles, who were rustic men, uneducated fishermen and the like, far removed from the sorts of people who attended the philosophical schools in Athens. There was then, according to them, a sharp difference in kind between pagan philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, and Chrysippus on the one hand, and Jesus and his disciples on the other. What Erasmus wants to insist is that there is no difference in kind here, characterizing Jesus as the very father of philosophy. As such, it would be a grave mistake. Sorry, bear with me a second. As such, it would be a very grave mistake to describe the apostles as rustic, given that they learned directly from the living example of the most important philosopher of them all, namely Jesus. They may not have spent much time studying in a formal sense, but the apostles too were, in a sense, educated philosophers because they had learned a philosophical way of life. And they learned this not from books, but from a living role model. These apostles were, in particular, educated enough to be able to write down accounts of Jesus's life and teaching so it could be preserved for posterity. This was key for Erasmus as another element in his defense of humanist learning. Not only does it offer us positive moral guidance by reading the works of pagan literature and philosophy, but it also makes us possible to share examples of good moral behavior through the written word. As Erasmus put it, the man who lives an upright life is indeed doing a great thing, but it is useful only to himself, or at most to the few with whom he passes his days. If learning is added to his upright life, how much the power of his virtue will be increased more brilliantly and more widely known if a torch has been set before it. Now, this was in part, of course, a defense of Erasmus's own way of life, devoted as it was to writing and the production of books. One gets the sense that he always felt a little bit guilty at having left the monastery at Stein, seeing that as the ideal form of a Christian life, even if in reality it did not match up to his idealized image of what he thought it would be in his head. In the Anti-Barbarians, then, Erasmus was primarily concerned to argue against the uneducated school teachers and monks that he had come into contact with in his youth. Compared to these people, there was much to admire about the scholastic philosophers, such as Thomas Aquinas or Duns Scotus, about whom he will be highly critical elsewhere. Indeed, in a letter to his pupil in Paris and subsequent friend, Thomas Gray, Erasmus described his experience attending theology lectures in Paris. The letter's dated 1497, and so was written just a couple of years after the very first draft of Anti-Barbarians that he composed as a teenager. And in this letter, Erasmus comments that most of our present-day theologians never wake up at all and believe themselves quite wide awake when in fact they are drugged with mandrake. Erasmus apologizes for the poor quality of his Latin writing in this letter, corrupted as it has been by their bad influence. In a no doubt well-judged rhetorical move, Erasmus both downplays his insults as merely humorous, while at the same time sticking the knife in even further. He writes, "I merely wish to make a joke at the expense of a few quasi-theologians of our own day, whose brains are the most addled, tongues the most uncultured, wits the dullest, teachings the thorniest, characters the least attractive, lives the most hypocritical, talk the most slanderous, and hearts the 100 blackest on earth." Right? It's just a joke, but I'm now going to insult them even more harshly, right? Erasmus expands on these polemics later in the most famous of his works, The Praise of Folly, first drafted in 1509, published in 1511, well after his youthful experiences at school and university. Evidently, Erasmus's attitudes towards scholasticism did not soften with age. Now, given the satirical nature of Praise of Folly and the fact that almost everyone in the book is subject to lampooning, it's perhaps sensible not to take any of its comments too seriously. But having said that, his comments about scholasticism occur at one of the few points in this book where he does seem to have a serious point to make. He mocks the tortuous obscurities of realists, nominalists, Thomists, Albertists, Occamists, and Scotists, contrasting their dialectical definitions and divisions with the living example of faith and virtue provided by St. Paul. The contrast is between the abstract theoretical analysis of terms and the vivid example of a role model living an ideal way of life. And indeed, Erasmus goes on to make this contrast quite explicit. Those apostles certainly refuted pagan philosophers, but did so more by the example of their way of life and their miracles than by syllogisms, especially in the case of those who would have been intellectually quite incapable of grasping a single quodlibet of Scotus. For Erasmus, then, anyone trying to live a Christian way of life should avoid the dialectical subtleties of scholastic philosophers like Albert, Scotus, or Occam, and instead attend to biographical examples of what leading a virtuous Christian life actually involves, examples of the sort that we find in the Gospels. I just wanted to share this with you as well. This is a copy of Praise of Folly that has Holbein's marginal drawings. And at one point, Erasmus jokes that in order to be able to understand theology, he will need to summon the prickly spirit of Duns Scotus in order to be able to do it. And this is Holbein illustrating this. This is Erasmus ingesting the prickly Scoty anima, which is just a fantastic illustration. Okay, so if Erasmus was largely polemical in works such as The Anti-Barbarians and Praise of Folly, elsewhere he starts to map out his own more positive agenda. And one of the most important works in this regard is his Enchiridion Militis Christiani, the Handbook of the Christian Soldier, edited by Professor Domański for the definitive Amsterdam edition of Erasmus's works, the Opera Omnia. This would prove to be one of Erasmus's most popular works, with some 40 editions published during his lifetime. Now, in a prefatory letter written for a later edition, Erasmus wrote of the Enchiridion that it need not equip men for the wrestling schools of the Sorbonne if it equips them for the tranquility proper to a Christian. It need not contribute to theological discussion, provided it contributes to the life that befits a theologian. Commenting on the countless commentaries on the sentences of Peter Lombard written by Scotus, Occam, and many others, Erasmus asks, how can a mass of such volumes ever teach us how to live, when a whole lifetime would not suffice to read them? What people need is an accessible book that will teach them how to live well and put a present remedy within our reach. Thus, substantial books of scholastic theology and philosophy serve little practical purpose. Who can carry the Secunda Secundae of Aquinas around with him? And yet a good life is everybody's business. So with this in mind, Erasmus composed the Enchiridion. He described his aim as reducing into brief compass the whole philosophy of Christ. He continued, what concerns the faith should be set out clause by clause, as few as possible. What relates to life should also be imparted in few words. Indeed, in the opening lines of the Enchiridion, Erasmus characterizes it as a kind of a summary guide to living, written in part for a courtier friend of his who was keen to escape his current way of life and instead follow Moses on the road to virtue. Stressing its practical orientation, Erasmus wrote to a friend that his goal was to prescribe for you a way of life, not a program of study. So the work then is a guide to a virtuous way of life, based unambiguously on Christian values, but also one heavily indebted to pagan ancient philosophers. Erasmus refers often to Plato, especially where he sees Platonic psychology and metaphysics to be in harmony with Christian teaching. He also draws on Stoic accounts of virtue, based on his detailed familiarity with the works of Cicero and Seneca. And the natural point of contact between those two ancient philosophical traditions is, of course, their shared admiration for Socrates. And Socratic themes abound too, such as the claim that virtue is knowledge and that vice is a form of self-harm. Indeed, Socrates was a regular point of reference for Erasmus, who described him as, I quote, a philosopher not so much in his words as in his life. It's perhaps also worth commenting on the choice of the title, Enchiridion. Now, this is best translated as handbook, but can also mean a handheld tool or weapon. And Erasmus plays on both senses of the word. Augustine had written a work with the same title, which may have been a point of reference, but it's also worth noting the Enchiridion of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, which had recently been translated into Latin by Angelo Poliziano and included in his 1498 opera Omnia, published by Aldus Manutius, just a couple of years before Erasmus went to live and work with Aldus Manutius in Venice to see through the publication of Aldus's edition of Erasmus's Adagia. Erasmus was certainly aware of Epictetus and mentions him a number of times in his works. Indeed, he included Poliziano's translation of Epictetus's Enchiridion in his own edition of the Moral Precepts of Cato, which went through a number of editions. Erasmus's handbook or weapon for the Christian soldier is intended to help its reader in the battle against vice. As well as these military metaphors, Erasmus also draws the medical analogy common amongst ancient philosophers, presenting each of his key topics as one of a series of remedies. The central focus in the training of any good Christian should, Erasmus insists, be the study of the scriptures. However, he also acknowledges the benefits to be gained from a preliminary training devoted to the works of pagan philosophers and poets. There he comments, "You will find many things which are conducive to a holy life." He defends his interests in and debts to pagan philosophy by noting that he's not doing anything different to what Augustine, Jerome, and Origen had done. Indeed, Erasmus often champions these ancient church fathers over later scholastic authors because, in his words, they offer sustenance for the soul rather than mere titillation for the intellect. The foundation of the sort of wisdom for living well that Erasmus has in mind is, he says, self-knowledge, an idea that is central in both classical literature and the scriptures. What this amounts to is thorough knowledge of all the impulses in one's soul, so that one knows that none of these are so violent that they cannot be restrained by reason and redirected towards virtue. As he puts it, the only road to happiness is first to know yourself, and then not to act in anything according to the passions, but in all things according to the judgment of reason. But reason must be sane and sagacious, that is, it must look only at what is honourable. Thus, it's necessary to embark in a process of self-examination, and in particular an assessment of one's passions and instincts. Do these arise from the body or the soul? Accustom yourself to this mode of self-examination, he comments. It's also necessary to understand that seemingly virtuous behaviour that arises out of natural instinct rather than deliberate intent is not properly virtuous. Someone who by nature is not inclined to overindulge in food, for instance, should not be praised for their temperance. As Erasmus puts it, it is a virtue to conquer lust, not simply to be free of it. One of Erasmus's central concerns throughout the Enchiridion is the hypocrisy that he sees in the behaviour of Christians around him. They profess the doctrines of Christianity, but do not live in harmony with its teachings. He comments, "I'm truly ashamed of those who profess themselves to be Christians, the majority of whom are slaves to their passions, like brute beasts." What these individuals need is an image of a perfect Christian life. And of course, Erasmus thinks that the scriptures provide this. Later, he will attack those who venerate the saints by touching relics, but fail to take heed of the greatest legacy, the example of a blameless life. Now, although Erasmus is quite explicit throughout that he's describing an ideal Christian life, he does indeed draw heavily on ancient pagan philosophy along the way. As we've seen, he suggests that happiness is dependent on living rationally, and that this rational life ought to be directed towards what is honourable. And this reference to what is honourable as the ultimate point of reference, brings to mind Cicero's famous discussion of the honourable in De Officiis. Erasmus knew this text well, having edited it for publication, and he praised it highly in a number of places. Much of Cicero's account of Stoic ethics in De Officiis deals with the nature of the relationship between virtue, or what is honourable, and external goods, or indifference. And for the Stoics, while some external things may be preferred and so have certain value, virtue, or the honourable, is the only thing that's genuinely good. And Erasmus picks up this distinction in the Enchiridion. He writes, "Knowledge holds the first place among neutral things. Then come good health, intellectual gifts, eloquence, beauty, strength, rank, influence, authority, prosperity, reputation, race, friends, and family possessions. These qualities are to be cultivated to the degree in which they contribute most directly to the acquisition of virtue, but only if they are available to us in our pursuit of virtue. Otherwise, we should not be diverted from our goal because of them," right? So he's describing the Stoic theory of preferred indifference here, right? These things are worth pursuing, but not if they come into conflict with the pursuit of virtue, which is the highest good. Another idea that Erasmus is likely to have taken from De Officiis is that one ought to pay attention to one's own individual nature when deciding how best to live. This idea can be found in Cicero's account of Panaetius's 4 personae, 4 aspects that one ought to take into account when thinking about how to live in accordance with nature. These are common human nature, individual human nature, chance, circumstances, and our own plans and pursuits. And in some respects, the most important of these is one's own unique individual nature. And for Erasmus, this is another aspect of self-knowledge that is vital. It's been argued that his interest in this issue was prompted by his own personal experience earlier in the monastery at Stein. Erasmus found himself temperamentally unsuited to the monastic life, and probably felt that his inability to tolerate it, getting up early in the morning, the rough clothes, the poor diet. He talks lots and lots about his sensitive stomach and how he can't handle a diet based purely on fish, which is all the monks eat all day, and he just can't handle it, right? Talks about all of his physiological weaknesses that mean that he's not cut out for the Christian life in the monastery, and he's distraught by this, right? He sees this as a moral failing on his part. Now, one of the attractions of Panaetius's account of the personae was that it acknowledged that everyone has certain predispositions that are natural and unchosen that need to be taken into account when deciding how best each of us should live. As he puts it in the Enchiridion, "Do not entangle yourself in marriage if celibacy is more suitable to your character. And conversely, do not vow yourself to celibacy if you seem more adapted to the married state. For whatever you attempt against your natural inclination usually turns out to be unsuccessful." And in a passage that perhaps drew directly from his own experience in the monastery, he commented that being a monk is not a state of holiness, but a way of life, which may be beneficial or not, according to each person's physical and mental constitution. And in a short work on the monastic life, he also commented that men differ a great deal in their physical and mental conditions. And so as a consequence, each man is suited to a different kind of life. And in one of his letters, he also stated that human felicity consists above all in this, that a man should devote himself to what he is fitted for by nature, right? So I think this is a key Stoic idea in Cicero's De Officiis that Erasmus uses to justify his own desire to follow a humanist life of wandering Europe and writing books and being able to justify that as a good Christian life, even though he's not cut out for a monastic life. There are different ways in which one can live a good Christian life, he wants to argue, right? So alongside this Stoic idea, Erasmus also drew on clearly Platonic themes as well, stressing once again that the goal here is a certain way of life. He says, let us begin to live the interior life all the more sincerely as we live less exteriorly, focusing on cultivating virtue and knowledge in place of worldly success and material wealth. He glosses this by adding, we should be less influenced by transitory things as we come to know more fully the things that are eternal. We should have less esteem for insubstantial things as we begin to raise our thoughts to those that are real, right? So he's bringing these Platonic ideas alongside Stoic ideas as well. But in all this, the ultimate goal is to lead a virtuous life. The Stoics had stressed that what matters are deeds, not words. Epictetus, in his Enchiridion, had commented that sheep do not throw up what they have eaten, but instead digest it and produce wool and milk. And Seneca and Marcus Aurelius drew on similar imagery, often comparing virtuous actions to grapes produced by a vine. And Erasmus finds the same idea in the New Testament. A tree is known by its fruit. Embracing Christian values and engaging in its rituals and practices will be of little benefit if one is still ruled by the passions and desires of the flesh. This is where Erasmus thinks training learned from the ancient philosophical schools can help. Fine words are never enough. Paul will judge you from your deeds, he says. Now, of course, not many will completely master virtue, and the path to virtue will be narrow and trodden by few, he says. Comparing it with arts and crafts, he says that in each case it makes sense to try to copy the best models available, whether one be a builder or a painter or whatever your craft might be. In the case of a virtuous life, he says, our example is Christ, in whom alone are all the patterns of the holy life. While there may be much to admire in the lives of ancient philosophers too, the chastity of Pythagoras, the unrelenting self-control of Socrates, the integrity of Cato, we ought not to follow their examples in all cases or all the way. It's only Christ who can be emulated without exception. So the final view that emerges from this is a philosophical position that's an amalgam of ancient philosophy and Christian values. From Plato, Erasmus takes the idea that the soul must ultimately escape the body, and one ought to focus on the eternal, not the transitory. From the Stoics, he takes a number of ideas, focus on intentions, examine our emotions, use external goods for the sake of virtue. And he also stresses the importance of paying attention to our own individual nature, as I've described. What Platonism, Stoicism, and Christianity all share in common is the idea that one ought to focus on character or soul rather than external possessions or body. The ancient philosophers are valuable guides precisely because they agree with Scripture. So I quote, what the philosophers call reason, Paul calls either spirit or the inner man or the law of the mind. What the philosophers call the passions, he calls the flesh. Okay, so as we've seen then, for Erasmus, the ultimate role model, the ultimate example of living a good virtuous life is Jesus. And this inevitably leads Erasmus to pay a special attention to the account of Jesus' life in the Gospels. And in 1516, he publishes his famous edition of the New Testament, comprising a new edition of the Greek text with his own fresh Latin translation. And this edition contains a series of introductory essays, And it was one of these entitled Paraclesis, or Exhortation, where Erasmus develops further his own notion of Philosophia Christi, the philosophy of Christ. Erasmus states in this essay that his aim is to transform his readers. His human eloquence is not merely for literary display, but is intended, he says, to seize, transform, and send the listener away a much different person from the one it received. Once again, Erasmus is critical of Christians who profess the doctrines but do not live in accordance with them. By contrast, adherents of ancient philosophies seem far more committed to their sets of beliefs. So he writes, how is it then that this Christian philosophy is the only one that's not embraced with enthusiasm, that is its due by all of us, who even in the title by which we are known confess the name of Christ? Platonists, Pythagoreans, academicians, Stoics, Cynics, Peripatetics, Epicureans have all learned thoroughly the teachings of their schools, know them by heart, fight for them, are even prepared to die for them sooner than give up the defense of their founder. In other words, Erasmus wants to conceive Christianity as a philosophy explicitly modelled on the ancient philosophical schools, precisely because the adherents of those schools display this strong commitment to their philosophy. The ancient philosophers understood that philosophy was a way of life, and Erasmus wants to reconceive Christianity in these terms. Now, Christianity was for Erasmus, of course, vastly preferable over the teachings of the ancient philosophical schools. Not only does it offer the path to true happiness, it's also, he argues, far more accessible via the engaging stories of the Gospels that this essay that we're now considering is introducing. Far more accessible than much ancient philosophy, and here Erasmus has in mind in particular scholastic versions of Aristotelianism. He goes on to contrast scholastic theology with his own vision of what Christian philosophy ought to look like. Just for those of you with Latin, just the first 2 or 3 lines here. In my opinion, a man is truly a theologian who teaches not by convoluted syllogisms, but by his disposition, by the expression on his face and in his eyes, and by his way of life. Right. Now, when I first read this, it just reminded me of that famous passage in Nietzsche's Schopenhauer's Educator, when he talks about Diogenes Laertius' Lives of the Philosophy, and says the ancient philosophers who taught by their acts, their expressions on their faces, not by their words. And oops, sorry, bear with me a second. And Erasmus continues, if anyone exemplifies these teachings by his own conduct, he is indeed a great teacher. So to be a genuine Christian teacher or theologian, then, one must teach people how to live a Christian way of life. Even a relatively unlearned person can do this, he says, teaching by the example of their own virtuous actions. And this point is an important part of Erasmus's defense of the accounts of the lives and actions of the largely uneducated disciples in the New Testament. What schoolmasters should teach, he says, are vivid examples of virtuous actions recounted in the Gospels, rather than the erudite doctrines of Aristotle and Averroes, who, to just add a further knife in, who were not Christians at all, right? So forget Aristotle and Averroes and all of these pagans, focus instead on the lives of the disciples in the Gospels. Now, despite this stress on the importance of living a Christian way of life over abstract theological speculation, Erasmus is not advocating an entirely rustic and uneducated image of the ideal Christian. Indeed, that would be decidedly odd given his lifelong commitment to the study and production of books. It's simply a question of what one studies and why. He comments, it would be odd to call someone a Platonist who had never read any of Plato's works. And it would equally be odd to call someone a Christian who had never read the foundational texts of Christianity. And those texts are, of course, the texts gathered in the New Testament. The way one comes to know Christ is through a study of the accounts of the life, of his life in the Gospels. These accounts are valuable not only for what they say, but for how they present Christ's ideas. They're not formal statements of doctrine, but rather vivid biographical accounts of how Christ lived, what he did, analogous to the lives of the ancient philosophers recounted by Diogenes Laertius. The Gospels present a living and breathing image of Christ, he says. Yet Erasmus's contemporaries give greater veneration to lifeless statues and paintings, which are mere images of his outward form. The Gospels, by contrast, give access to the living image of his holy mind, alongside an account of Christ speaking, healing, dying, raising to life again. The great value of the Gospels is that they offer a biographical account of the figure whom we ought to emulate. They restore Christ to us so completely, he says, and so vividly, that you would see him less clearly should you behold him standing before your very eyes. In particular, one of the strengths of these biographical accounts of an exemplary role model is that they can inspire readers more effectively than mere formal argument. So the philosophy of Christ lies more in the inclinations and intentions of the heart than in syllogisms. It is a way of life rather than a form of argument. It is inspiration rather than erudition. It is transformation rather than argumentation. I find it difficult to find any passage in the history of philosophy that fits Pierre Hadot's model of philosophy of way of life than some of these statements, right? Now, although Erasmus unsurprisingly insists that the philosophy of Christ surpasses all other ancient schools of philosophy, he nevertheless acknowledges that doctrinally they do often overlap, and as such, there remains real profit to be gained from the study of ancient philosophy. As we've seen, Erasmus tends to single out Socrates and the Stoics in particular. And he writes, there has never been a school of philosophy so crude as to teach that money makes a man happy. Never one so shameless as to determine that our chief good is the attainment of commonplace honours and pleasures. The Stoics perceived that no one is wise unless he is good. They perceived that nothing is truly good or honourable except true virtue, that nothing is to be feared or is bad except only what is morally wrong. In the works of Plato, Socrates teaches in many ways that wrong is not to be repaid with wrong. Also, that since the soul is immortal, one must not mourn for those who pass from this life to a happier one, confident of having lived life well. However, Erasmus goes on to mention Aristotle and even Epicurus as ancient philosophers who also have valuable lessons to teach us, the criteria always being whether they agree with Christian teaching or not. Erasmus goes on to name Socrates, Diogenes the Cynic, and Epictetus as three ancient philosophers whose teachings come closest to the philosophy of Christ. There's much to learn from all these ancient philosophers then, but if the goal is to follow the example of Christ, there's surely something perverse, Erasmus insists, in not giving first priority to the study of the Gospels. To be gained from the study of ancient philosophy, Erasmus insists there's no richer source for the pure and genuine philosophy of Christ than the Gospels and the apostolic letters. But once again, the goal is not merely to know Christian teaching, it is to enact it. The first requirement is to know what Christ taught. The second is to do it. For I think that anyone should count himself a Christian, not because he argues with a thorny, baffling tangle of words about instances, relativities, quiddities, and formalities, but rather because he observes and imitates what Christ taught and did. The true Christian, then, does not try to teach the philosophy of Christ by ceremonies and logical propositions, but instead with heart and soul in every aspect of their lives. Okay, so let me quickly wrap things up. So this project of Erasmus to draw on his vast humanist learning and to try to reconceive Christianity in the image of ancient philosophy, understood as a way of life, inevitably attracted some criticisms. One common objection to his at times syncretic amalgam of Christian, Platonic, and Stoic ideas was to argue that if the Gospels give us all the truth we need, why should we pay attention to the pagan ancient philosophers at all? And conversely, if, as Erasmus seemed to claim, many of the truths of the Gospels could already be found within pagan philosophy, does that not lead us to the conclusion that the Gospels are in fact superfluous and don't contribute anything new? So two different types of objections. Erasmus addressed these concerns in a new preface he wrote for a separate edition of just his Latin translation of his New Testament that was published in 1522. And in it, he openly admits that in fact very little that is revealed in the Gospels is genuinely new. Scarcely anything is revealed in gospel literature that has not been revealed many centuries before in the books of the Old Testament or the writings of the philosophers. He goes on to list a series of doctrines that one can find spoken by Plato, Socrates that accord with Christian doctrine, including that the soul survives the body, that it will be rewarded or punished after death, that people should be led from the love of visible things to the love of eternal, invisible things. And many other things that one finds in the New Testament can be prefigured by passages in the Old Testament, making that a preliminary exercise for the Gospels. So what, if anything, did humanity gain with the arrival of Christ? Erasmus points to a couple of features. For one, the Gospels in effect synthesize and unite all previous wisdom of the world, both Greek and Hebrew, and so form the summation and completion of everything that went before. More importantly, in the present context for us, Erasmus adds the following. He says, furthermore, Christ so exhibited them in his character and actions that his whole life was nothing but a perfect pattern of perfect love, humility, patience, endurance, mercy, and gentleness. The teaching of Christ, that is to say, his living example, is also vital because it's superior to whatever was formerly sought from so many books. Although one can turn to other living examples, they will all be lifeless and dull in comparison. So Erasmus presents the teaching of the Gospels as the ultimate philosophy, the one that surpasses but unites all previous pagan schools of philosophy. It's presented to us in a text like the Lives of Diogenes Laertius that's a combination of doctrine and accounts of actions expressing those doctrines. Insofar as this is philosophy understood as a way of life, Erasmus comments that the only way to promulgate it is if we commend it to all by the blamelessness of our own lives. So there's an injunction to our own virtuous behavior as well. Okay, so I hope I've shown that Erasmus was quite explicitly and unambiguously arguing that both Christianity ought to be seen as a philosophy because it is devoted to a virtuous life, just as the ancient philosophers were, and as such, it ought to be understood as a way of life. And of course, if anyone is curious to delve further into this topic, then Professor Domański's book on Erasmus and philosophy is the best place for you all to look. Thank you.
Wonderful, John. Many thanks for your presentation. Now I think we can open the Q&A if there are any questions from the public. Otherwise, once again, I would have a few of my own. So please, if you have any questions, so Helder, always on the line. Please, Helder.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to arrive earlier, but it was a great pleasure to hear you, John, talking about Erasmus. I was very interested on the topic because I'm more familiarized with the Praise of Folly, not so much with the rest of the work. So all the presentation you gave on his life and the development of his thought or the ideas that become more prominent was very interesting, very stimulating for me. And I had a series of thoughts during the presentation that are connected with the preconception I had, a thought based on the very limited knowledge I had. So I had this idea of someone who advocated a sort of epistemic humility, that we cannot really know truth, and this was connected with all the passages on Praise of Folly, that philosophers or the Stoics or that are presented as an image for the philosophers in general, or the ones that make the most effort in understanding things, will never be able to understand reality and will always have a sad life. So despite all the problems with the possible irony of the text or what is the status of this speech by Folly itself, it seems that it is pointing along this direction. And this was, I think, partially connected with this idea that surprised me when compared with other things you said, that knowledge is an indifferent, so something that is neither good nor bad. So we don't need, I infer that we don't need to have it in order to be happy and possibly in order to be wise. So this makes me think that the conception of philosophy that is here at stake is a conception that of loving wisdom, but wisdom is not conceived as knowledge or as being essentially knowledge. And in this sense, what matters most would be precisely having some sort of non-cognitive wisdom that translates into actions. And this then raises the question of also. So my question is, first, if I'm interpreting it correctly in this way, and if this wouldn't mean also that, more importantly than writing about this, as Erasmus does about all these subjects, it would be more important for him to act virtuously himself. So why philosophize in the sense of arguing and producing knowledge books when apparently knowledge is an indifferent in terms?
Yes, thank you very much. So, yeah, there's lots there. So, I mean, let me say a couple of things. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He thinks that this is about expressing virtue in his actions, right? This is, this is what being a Christian is all about. It's about living a Christian way of life, and it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter what you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can, as it's interesting again, the ancient role models that he picks up on. Socrates, Diogenes, Epictetus,
mm-hmm.
all, fundamentally hold that view as well. So he's quite explicit where he's coming from in all of this. So in that sense, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, as to the question about knowledge, I mean, you've asked a really good, serious philosopher's question.
Mm-hmm.
I think, though, that when I use that word knowledge, and it appeared in that list of preferred indifference. I don't think we should take that in the kind of strict literal sense. I think probably what he had in mind there in that passage was just sort of learning in general, right? So I don't think he's making that substantial claim that virtue isn't knowledge, right? And that so I don't think he's trying to kind of implicitly come up with some very complex, intuitive sort of model of wisdom. So I think, yeah, there, you're absolutely right. I mean, he is a good Socratic in all sorts of ways. So you definitely do need knowledge. I think we should just read that as kind of sophisticated learning, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Thank you very much.
Pavel has a question. I think it's a hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Great lecture. Thank you very much, John. Could you please explain a little bit more about how do you think what you have explained us, how this eventually, what are the consequences of you are explaining us for the whole debate whether philosophy as a way of life messes up the distinction between philosophy and religion? And I see what you are telling us in some steps. I see first you are telling us that Erasmus is concerned about virtuous way of life. So the concern is about having virtuous way of life. And then that's number one, step number one. Then step number two I see is, I think you concluded your talk about saying as that he was trying to argue that Christianity is a way of life, not a religion. So that in a way he was trying to to defend the idea that Christianity eventually is not a religion but a philosophy. So eventually then are we concluding then that philosophy as a way of life we're trying to retrieve what has been defended as a religion as a philosophy? Is that the conclusion that we have to end up with, or exactly how? Because clearly all that you have been saying is a kind of sorts in between. Yeah, here is Jesus, but he is Socrates. Here are the Stoics, but here are the Gospels. So is it again this old debate? Yeah, if philosophy is a way of life messes the distinction between philosophy and religion, and even in more broader sense, what do you think? Does it messes the distinction? Does this forces us to think about this in some other ways? Or what? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. So it's a really interesting question. So, I mean, of course, I mean, and this is something that Professor Domański talks about in his book. So I'll point you there for the details. But there's discussion, in the early Christians and early church fathers presenting Christianity as a philosophy. So Erasmus is doing this. It feels like it's something new in the context in which he's writing, but there is precedent. There's ancient precedent for describing Christianity as a philosophy. So again, he can point to authority figures to show that what he's doing isn't completely new and really bizarre. So, even in antiquity, you might think of Christianity as a philosophy, not just as a religion. I mean, I suppose the real issue is how do we distinguish between philosophy and religion, and where does this distinction come from, right? I mean, there are all sorts of quote unquote religious elements in Plato, right? And equally in the Stoics. How do we draw that distinction? I mean, we tend to think of this as a distinction after the Enlightenment as one between something grounded in rational argument versus something grounded in faith, right? And we take that post-Enlightenment distinction and then we impose it on all of these earlier thinkers or non-Western thinkers, right? You take that same distinction to India or China, and it's equally problematic, right, as it is taking it to Plato, right? So, I mean, one thing we might want to say is that distinction is just an unhelpful distinction. It's an anachronistic distinction to impose on any of these people. Just holding on to the right? So let's say you did want to have a distinction between a way of life grounded on faith versus a way of life grounded on rational argument, right? Now, there's a sense in which what Erasmus do is a project when you bring these two things together, right? Now, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here, but we're talking about Averroism earlier, right? So Averroes will draw a distinction between, in the decisive treatise, draw a distinction between the kind of the rational arguments of the philosophers, the rational, and then the nice, accessible story one that give the uneducated access to exactly the same view, right? So they're both paths to the same truth. One of them is through nice stories in the Quran that the uneducated can access. The other are the demonstrations of the philosophers. Yeah. Now, I mean, as I'm saying this, the idea that I'm suggesting Erasmus is some kind of Averroist seems like a horrific thing to say, but there's a sense in which what he seems to be doing is saying, well, the Gospels present the truth, right? That's unambiguously the truth. But nevertheless, the pagan philosophers come to many of the same conclusions through the use of argument, whether it be Plato, Socrates, whether it be the Stoics. And so there's a sense there's agreement between these two different paths, right? Rather than, so they both take us to the same virtuous way of life. And we don't need to see a conflict between them. So yeah, anyway, just a few first thoughts on that.
Thank you. May I just add a small thing? Because, sorry. So on the one hand, PWL scholarship, Pierre Hadot, has showed us that the concept of philosophy is a historical concept. Yeah, we do not have an out of history concept of philosophy. But the same, of course, applies of the concept of religion, and that is what you meant in your answer. That the concept of religion is also historical. So how should be we? What eventually potentially be for a larger audience the outcomes of PWL scholarship? Could it be somehow to try to address the historicity in the Western culture, how the concept of religion and philosophy was drawn at different time and places, that is, that they were historical both, and eventually, of course, and you sense it well, for the concern for me are broader, comparing it with other cultures, like, for example, India. Of course, those distinctions do not make sense. And then eventually, here we will putting in question whether we in the West had a sort of speciality or distinctiveness, yeah, as was argued Enlightenment and afterwards, yeah, that it actually been that we had something very special, specific, yeah, whereas doing a rather historical approach to both concept of philosophy and religion, and eventually see how in different periods that line will be rather diffuse, will rather put us not as a distinctive specimen as a culture, but rather would be much closer to what we'll see in China or in India, for example. I can speak for India. So I'm just trying to eventually, think in a broader context what PWL scholarship, for example, looking at Erasmus and other figures, yeah, what eventually it could mean in a broader context.
Yes, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. To kind of an attempt to impose a harsh division between what we call philosophy and religion when working on the history of philosophy, just anything before the 17th century, it just breaks down. It's just deeply problematic, and and so I think one thing that thinking about philosophy of way of life can do is simply really help to highlight the way in which that just breaks down, right? There are other ways you can do it too, but it really brings to the fore that just doesn't work. And actually, I think the non-Western examples are really, really important to bring into the debate. And I mean, my sense is that asking the question, is Buddhism a philosophy or religion? I mean, these days you just immediately say that's the wrong question to ask, right? You just rule that question out of court. It just doesn't make sense to ask, is it a philosophy or religion, right? And it's easy to say you're imposing Western categories on something else. And so people can immediately say, okay, maybe I'm making some kind of mistake here in doing this. What we need to do is get to a place where it feels equally problematic to ask that question about pre-modern Western philosophy, right? Or to answer that question of Plato or Pythagoras, right? As it is to ask that question about Buddhism, right? That, I think that were an interesting way to problematize many of our discussions. And just as an aside, I mean, and some of you will be familiar with this. So years ago in the 1980s, there was published the Cambridge History of Later Medieval Philosophy. And huge reference book produced mainly by a whole series of analytically trained Anglophone medievalists, and the entire book is about logic, right? It's all about logic and epistemology and language. And what was one reviewer said a little later, God is hardly mentioned in the book, right? How can you write a history of medieval philosophy and not even mention the fact that God was part of the debate? And obviously there have been other there's been a more recent Cambridge History of Medieval Philosophy that tries to redress that, but it's just an example of, it's like, okay, we're going to discuss medieval philosophy, but we're going to do it in a narrowly philosophical way, which taken to its extreme can distort the subject matter beyond recognition, right? So yeah, those are the risks that of course we're all familiar with.
So if there are any other questions from the public, feel free to ask him now. Otherwise, we could probably close it here. All right. So wonderful. So thank you, John, for your presentation. And so as we come to the end of today's event, I want to extend my thanks to all of you who have joined us today in celebrating Domański's works and exploring their significance. It has really been an enriching experience to reflect on the profound contributions that this scholar has done to scholarship on philosophy as a way of life, and its different declinations in the ancient world and the medieval period and in the Renaissance period. Of course, I would like to express my gratitude to our speakers, so to Professor Champion, Professor Calma, and Professor Sellars for their insightful presentations. I think we're all...
Dziękuję ci bardzo.
They have all added new dimensions to our understanding of Domański's works. Of course, special thanks must go to Professor Domański himself, who has been here today. Thanks for his invaluable contributions to the study of philosophy as a way of life. I think we're all enriched by his vision and by the rigor of his analysis of ancient, medieval, and also Renaissance texts.
Podziękowania dla ciebie w tej chwili.
Of course, finally, a final thanks also to the editors of the Philosophy as a Way of Life texts and studies book series, Professor Chase, Professor Kramer, who was not here today, and Professor Sharpe. Thanks to all the people involved in the production of these two books, and the publishers, of course, of Brill, for their hard work on this one. So thank you again for being part of this event today. I really look forward to seeing, the impact of Professor Domański's works in the English-speaking literature on philosophy as a way of life and beyond. I hope to see at least some of you in a month or so in Lisbon at the final conference of the Mapping Philosophy as a Way of Life research project. So I think that's it. We can formally close today's event. And thank you again, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor
Thank you.
Domański. Again, a pleasure.
Pomachaj. No.
Many thanks.